Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to another wonderful episode of Raven Slayers Hour, one of the worst podcasts, first sports podcast out there. Today's the day, everybody. Today is the day. As everybody knows, today is the draft. Figuring out who goes number one. Figuring out who in the world is going to have some fun tonight with their family, celebrating getting number one, celebrating being in the first round, and having some fun, exciting times, getting to meet their team, getting to meet their fellow players for the next upcoming season. So I thought no better way start the draft coverage about an hour before. My dad, unfortunately, is not available right now. They just landed in Minnesota. They are currently on their way to the location they'll be staying at for the next couple of nights. So he will be in here a little bit later, in about good old 27 roughly minutes. But as always, I got some packs to open to start out. Something else I talked to him about. We're going to go over some of the worst first-rounders, some of the worst, some of the best, from the years of 1999 all the way up through 2021. Going to have a lot of fun today. Watch the game, have a lot of fun today, watch the draft, and cover everything as the draft progresses. I will also be here tomorrow. I'm not sure about my dad. I will definitely be here tomorrow to bring day 2, which is rounds 2 and 3 for y'all. So you don't want to miss it. You're going to have a lot of fun with me. Tons of fun with me. I know that for a fact. Starting out, so these are Panini Zenith. Starting out, we got Brian Mitchell with the Eagles. We got Stefon Diggs with Houston. Oh, the guy who's about to get traded this next year, Will Mayo Coffee Levis. My mama's favorite team with the Chargers and Mr. Herbert. My good friend Phil's favorite team, Thurman Thomas. He was a great freaking player back in the day. Soon to be a backup, Derek Carr. I'm already predicting that. Yes, I'm already predicting Derek Carr is going to be a backup here soon. We got Tyler Lockett, who recently signed a contract with the Commies. Congratulations to him. We got Dante Hall, Mr. Joysticks himself. We got Derrick Henry. Ramondre Stevenson with the Patriots. A guy we're going to be talking about here fairly soon, Johnny Football. Johnny Manziel, one of the worst picks in, well, next to Mr. Russell himself. We got Devonta Smith, my apologies. The rookie who shouldn't have been traded this offseason, Joe Milton III. We got Brendan Rice with the Chargers. We got Malachi Corley, rookie with the Jets. I'm kidding. We're not finishing that. I hate the Jets. Terran Arnold. And unfortunately not numbered. And would you look at that? Rookie card, J.J. McCarthy with Idols, Mr. Fran Tarkenton. That's a cool freaking card. I know that for a fact. Rookie card, Xavier Leggett. Branko, Jonah Ellis, rookie card. Gary Clark with the Washington Redskins. You heard me right, Redskins. Need to bring that name back. Puka Nacua, as my good friend Jeff would say, throw it to Puka. DeAndre Smith with Chicago. Heard me right, Chicago, because they're shit. Darius Slay with the Giants. Sorry, Darius Slayton. Javonte Williams, former Bronco. The man who's about to get a huge payday, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, a couple years ago. Josh Hines Allen, not Josh Allen. That was always fun seeing Josh Allen sacking Josh Allen. Man, I am so sad that he added that hyphen. We got Aeneas Williams, not Anus Williams, as everybody always used to call him. Aeneas Williams. Remember that name. We got Mr. A-Chain, Devon A-Chain. My personal favorite, quarterback, Joseph Burrow, who as well we're going to be talking about here later. And finally, finish off this pack, Josh Downs. So that's a pretty cool pack there. I mean, that Idols card, that one's freaking snazzy. I'm going to send a picture of that to my dad. Pack number 2. Almost certain we'll have the packs finished off before he even comes in. Oh, no. Well, since I already saw the back, the last pack, or the last card, I might as well show it. Patrick Mahomes, another guy we'll talk about here. Josh Jacobs of Green Bay, former Raider. Richard Sherman, Mr. Best Corner in the game, even though he's out of the game. Josh Allen, another guy we'll talk about here fairly soon. Adam, I helped Tom Brady win a couple Super Bowls there in the early 80s or the early 90s. Vinatieri. Mr. Soon to be out of a job, Dak Prescott. Mr. Russell doing exercises on the plane, Wilson, Broncos country, let's ride. Oh, Andre Johnson. I think he's a Hall of Famer too. Shoot, hey, what up, Andre? We got Mr. Eddie George. My apologies. I almost called him Jeff George. That would have been offensive. Mr. Joey Bosa of the Chargers. Soon to be on the bench, Bryce Young. Mr. Alvin Kamara, soon to be benched, because he sucks. Micah Parsons, get him a contract, Dallas. Hurry up. Braylon Trice with the Atlanta Falcons. Mason Smith with Jacksonville. We got Tip Riemann with the Cardinals. Again, a lot of these cards, too, especially the Cardinals ones, those are good to my nephew, 100%. We got Mr. 2-Minute Drill, rookie card, Chris Braswell. Unnumbered. Still, either way, a cool card. We got an A to Z, the Chicago Bears, Rome Odunze. Rookie card, Ennis Rakestraw Jr., never heard of him. Marshawn Lloyd with the Green Bay Packers. Another Charger, Jim Harbaugh. Was a quarterback in the league a while back. Now a head coach. Deontay Johnson. Or Dante. Yeah, Deontay. I was correct. Former Charger, Drew Brees. When the Saints go marching in. Am I right, everybody? Mr. Michael Irvin, Cowboy himself. Gross. TJ Watt, younger brother of JJ. Peyton Manning with the Colts. And there you go, another one for my nephew's collection, Kyler Murray. Another Hall of Famer we'll be talking about here fairly soon, Mr. Brian Urlacher. future Steeler Aaron Rodgers. And finally, Jahmyr Gibbs. So not too terrible as far as the first two packs we opened up so far. Some pretty cool cards, some very meh cards. Four good ones so far, give or take. All right. We got one more to open, then we're going to crack right into the discussion we're going to have before the draft. Sorry, had to adjust my hat there for a minute. I want to thank my mom for this hat. She wound up going on a cruise with her best friend for her birthday, and they went to one of the locations they stopped in that was Mazatlan. And they made all these custom hats. This one's pretty snazzy. Oh, well, the way these open up, they always show the last card, so I'll start there. And I also saw the first card. I hate it, but Julius Peppers. He's a great player. Great Hall of Famer. Johnny Manziel. Yuck. Deontay Smith again. Or Devonta Smith. My apologies. C.J. Stroud. Fell off a little bit after his frickin' rookie year. John Lynch. I like that little Buccaneers, like the old Buccaneers logo on there. Like that. Mr. Bo Jackson. Mr. I broke my hip and can't play football no more. Dalton Kincaid of the Buffalo Bills. My favorite running back, even though I never really got to watch him play because he retired early, Barry Sanders. Kenneth Walker III. Watch what I do with this next card, by the way. Harrison Butker. Hate him. Lamar Jackson. I mean, who in the world actually likes Harrison Butker now, especially after all the shit he's talked? Adrian Peterson, one of my favorite players. Amari Cooper, guy we as well will be talking about here soon. Rookie DJ James with the Seattle Seahawks. Michael Penix Jr., rookie. Speaking of Michael Penix Jr., got an idol card with him, Michael Penix Jr. and Michael Dogfighter Vic. We got Mr. Neighbors, Malik Neighbors. Get him a quarterback soon, please, dear Lord. Mr. Walker again. We already talked about him. Devontae Walker. Sorry. Roman Wilson with the Steelers. Darius Slayton with the Giants. Another Devontae Williams, I won't show that. Another Brock Purdy, I won't show that. Josh Hines Allen won't show that. Another Aeneas Williams. Devin A-Chain, Joe Burrow, Josh Downs. Oh, Akami. Mr. Eckler, Austin Eckler. Oh, future star in Minnesota, Cooper Kupp. And a guy who's going to be fighting for a position this year, position battle, Mr. Daniel Jones. So that ends off the pack opening. Now for the fun stuff. I like doing this stuff, but of course everybody is sitting here screaming, where's the fun stuff? Well, we're getting right into the fun stuff right about now. Give me one sec. Because, of course, this isn't a, worst podcast in the history of podcasts for sports podcasts. If I don't drop trading cards. Oh, my Lord. Anywho. So like I was mentioning, spoke with my dad earlier, a week leading up to the draft. I told him, hey, man, I want to talk about first-round draft picks leading up to the draft. First-round draft picks over the last few years from 1999 all the way through 2021. I was considering 2022, but decided against 2022 because, they haven't really had a chance to prove themselves right now. So, I'm going to start things off with 1991. Heartbreaking year for the Bengals. They had it. They had a chance. They had a chance of getting really good draft value because, as everybody knows, what's his name? Former head coach of the Bears, Mr. Mike Ditka. My water's tasty. Anywho, Mr. Mike Ditka. He became the head coach of the New Orleans Saints, the Nolans Saints. And there was a wonderful, wonderful player by the name of Ricky Williams that came into that draft. Perfect. Thank you very much for letting me know that, Sean. So, Mr. Ricky Williams came into the draft that year, and Mike Ditka in the owners' meeting was sitting there screaming, I want to draft him! I want to draft him! I want this kid! Fuck it, I'll give you all my picks. Fuck it, I don't care. This is the only guy I want. Don't care. Only guy I want. I'll give you my entire draft. We'll call it even. We'll call it there. Cool. I want him. Just give me him. Give me him. So there were a couple of people that he was talking to as far as trade proposals. As everybody knows, he got the deal that he the deal that he quote unquote wanted, even though it was a deal that shouldn't have happened. Ricky Williams sucks. Sure, running back would be nice to get, but you don't trade your entire fucking draft just for one fucking player. So he floated a deal to the Cincinnati Bengals, and the Bengals turned him down. The amount of draft capital they would have gotten from that pick, the amount of draft capital they would have gotten would have set us up for years. But Cincinnati said, no, we're not interested in a running back this year. They wanted a quarterback. And goddamn it, if they didn't get the worst fucking quarterback they could have fucking chosen that year. That's right, we're talking about Akili Smith. 1999's worst first round draft pick. Mr. Akili Smith, just kind of going over the numbers with him. He ended off his short career with 215 completed passes for 461 attempts, which is a 46.6% completion percentage. Had 5 touchdowns. Count them 5. Count them on your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touchdowns to 13 interceptions. Only threw for 2,212 yards. When I was looking at all the other guys on this list as far as who was the worst, who was the best, he still, to this day, surprisingly has the worst QBR out of every other player. And that's even with the likes of, Johnny Manziel, Jamarcus Russell. He has a QBR of 52.8, which is horrendous for a quarterback. One of the worst numbers you could have. He played 22 games in Cincinnati. This man started in the NFL in 1999 and was out of the league by 2005, which is embarrassing. Just don't even want to think about it. What the Bengals could have gotten was a guy by the name of Champ Bailey. Champ Bailey in that draft. If Cincinnati decided to go with corner instead of quarterback that year, Champ Bailey would have been the answer for us. Champ Bailey ultimately started all but 3 games to his career. Ended off his career with 931 tackles. Holds a record for pass deflections in a career. Has 52 interceptions. 52 interceptions. and is currently in the Hall of Fame. So we flip over to 2000. Everybody realizes that, Mr. Ditka was a moron. Ditka was fired after trading everybody. He traded everything that could move as far as draft picks, and they weren't doing good that year. So looked at all the other bad players that year from 2000. Out of everybody, I think the worst player in that draft in 2000 was a man by the name of Ron Dayne. 983 rushing attempts, 3,722 rushing yards with 28 rushing touchdowns in his career. Played 62 games in New York. He had an 8-year career, retiring in 2008. Now, what could have happened? Well, really, I looked at all the best players from that draft, and the Bears definitely got their guy. Brian Urlacher, 1,361, so 1,361 tackles in his long, illustrious career as a linebacker. Again, as a linebacker, ended off at 41.5 sacks in his career, which is insane. 22 interceptions for that Bears defense, that insane Bears defense. And he ended up in the Hall of Fame, like very many players wish that they could do. So we flip over to 2001. Now, a lot of people will immediately say, well, 2001, not a whole lot of guys really talk about. There's one in my opinion. Adam Archuleta. Drafted by St. Louis to be their future player, be their future star. Ends his career as I think it was a safety. 18 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 6 fumble recoveries, only 4 interceptions to his career, 69 starts with St. Louis. Nice. And retired in 2008. So he had a 7-year career, not what you want to have from the first round pick. What the Redskins could have had that year is a guy who was drafted by the Chargers by the name of LaDainian Tomlinson. LT, as everybody else calls him, had one of the best careers by far out of everybody else I looked at it here. LaDainian Tomlinson had 3,174 rushing attempts in his career, which garnered him 13,000 yards, 13,684 rushing yards to be exact. Ended off his career with one of the larger totals I've actually seen as far as a running back, 145 rushing touchdowns. Currently, he earned the 2006 MVP after that insanely good year. Holds a record that same year in 2006 for touchdowns in a single season, which more than anything got him that Hall of Fame, the Hall of Fame that he was dreaming for. So we flipped to 2002. A lot of y'all, 2002, not all that great talent that year. There was one man that kind of shocked me going as high as he did. Because Detroit, I mean, they were desperate for a quarterback. We want the quarterback of the future. We're going to look at every guy coming in this year. They chose Joey Harrington. Joey Harrington, the guy who led them to an 0-16 season. 0-16. Didn't have that great of a career. 1,424 completed passes out of 2,538 thrown. 56.1% completion percentage. Ended his career still with 14,693 yards, 79 touchdowns for 85 interceptions. I've always viewed it as, if you're a quarterback and your touchdown to interception ratio is higher on the end of the interceptions list, you're terrible. QBR ended off his career, again, like I mentioned, not hot, not that bad. 69.4, still for a quarterback, really bad. Ended his career where ended his time with Detroit with only 55 starts out there. Like I mentioned, he led the Lions to that 0-16 season. He ended his career after 6 years in 2008. Kind of shocked me. What the what Detroit could have had is the guy who wound up going to Baltimore, Mr. Ed Reed. Ed Reed was a beast. Just all the numbers he holds. 646 tackles, 64 interceptions in his career. This man holds the multiple records. Holds the record for the most amount of career interceptions at interception yards at 1,590. Has the longest interception return, which of course it's tied, 107. Most career postseason interceptions at 9. And most seasons leading the league in interceptions at 3. More than anything earned that Hall of Fame bout. Now, knowing this, since I just finished off 2002, my dad should be in here fairly soon. I unfortunately have to go use the restroom, so I will be right back. While I'm in there, you can enjoy the scenery of my room that I'm currently streaming in. Apologize, everybody. But of course, the wonderful point of doing a stream is being here for everybody. Sorry about that, everybody. I will be right back. My apologies, everyone. Anywho, I was mentioning. Then we get into wonderful, wonderful times, right? Whew. So getting some wonderful times after the 2002 draft. Getting in 2003. A lot of teams are looking for guy of the future, right? It's pretty much what every NFL team is looking for. 2003, the Bears. Look at a man by the name of Rex Grossman. Rex did not pan out at all. Sorry. Rex Grossman. Let's talk about him. Ended off his career with 863 completed passes out of 1,562 thrown balls. 55.2% completion percentage. Ultimately ended his short career with 10,654 passing yards. 56 touchdowns to 60 interception ratio at a QBR of 71.4. Finished it off with 31 starts in Chicago. Retired in 2015 primarily as a backup quarterback. He didn't see really all that much time played. He spent majority of his time as a journeyman backup. So, yeah, it's unfortunate what the Bears could have gotten. And I know if my good friend Jeff Goldblum, Mr. Jeff Goldblum, happened to be here, he'd agree with me. The best player from the 2003 draft was a man by the name of Troy Polamalu. Troy ended off his career with 783 tackles, 32 interceptions, 2-time Super Bowl champion, 8-time Pro Bowler. Well more than deserved his Hall of Fame bout. Which then gets us into 04. Bills looking for a new franchise quarterback. He just went through a couple years of man who was replaced by Thomas Brady, Mr. Oh God, what is his name? Fuck, I forget his name. Anywho, just got rid of their old quarterback that was former starter of the Patriots. Looking for a new quarterback. Yeah, about time. They chose the wrong man. They chose J.P. Lossman. Now, J.P. ended his career with 564 completed passes, 952 attempts, with a completion percentage of 59.2%. Ended off his career with 6,271 yards. Thank you, sir. Anywho, ended up with 6,271 yards in his career, 33 touchdowns to 34 interceptions. Not terrible. 75.6 QBR. Had only 33 starts in Buffalo, retired in 2011. Now, who they could have gotten? This guy from out here in Arizona, by the name of Larry Fitzgerald. Best player in 2004, without a doubt in my mind. Finished his career with 1,432 receptions, 17,492 reception yards, which was just shy. Well, not just shy, but a couple thousand yards away from Jerry Rice's record. Finished with 121 receiving touchdowns, and I mean, honestly, Fitz is a future Hall of Famer without a doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind ever. So that brings us to 2005. It's looking at all the players, everyone who was, mediocre to at best okay. Brought me to a man by the name of Troy Williamson. Drafted by Minnesota. drafted to be their new one of their new starting wide receivers. Finished his career with 87 receptions, 1,131 yards, 4 touchdowns. He finished his time in Minnesota only playing in 39 games. And it resulted in him 5 years down the line retiring in 2010. Now, it's looking as well at the best player of that draft. A lot of guys that was super... Yeah, I know, right? I know. I'm just happy I'm not a Cowboys fan, thank God. Ironically, we're going to have a Cowboys fan probably in here talking a whole lot of smack too. So, anywho's speaking about the Cowboys, best player from 2005 after considering everybody, I kind of narrowed it down to DeMarcus Ware. DeMarcus Ware, 657 tackles, 138.5 sacks through his career, 3 interceptions as a primary defensive end. He was a Super Bowl champion with the Broncos, 9-time Pro Bowler, more than deserving of his Hall of Fame enshrinement. That brings us to 2006. Now, Cardinals got it right in 2004, but they couldn't get it right in 2006. Matt Leinart was one of the highly touted quarterbacks coming out. They were looking for a new quarterback. Pretty much everybody always is. 2006, we got the unfortunate signing of, the unfortunate drafting of Matt Leinart. 366 completed passes to 641 thrown, 57.1% completion percentage, 15 touchdowns to 21 interceptions. I used to be a Cardinals fan. Watching Matt Leinart in 2006 just wanted me to just pull my eyes from my head. He finished his career with 4,065 passing yards, QBR 70.2. Only 17 starts with Arizona, finished his career in 2013. 7 years. Brings us to the best player in that draft. There was a lot of guys I sat there questioning, scratching my head, pounding my head against the desk about trying to figure out who was the best. I narrowed it down to one guy, and that was Tamba Hali, Kansas City Chief. 591 tackles, 89.5 sacks, 32 forced fumbles through his career, 6-time Pro Bowler. Huge question mark. I was questioning. There's not a lot of really good guys from 2006. Very questionable if he will be a Hall of Famer. Who the hell knows? Brings us to 2007. And everybody knows the number one guy who was the absolute worst guy to draft, and Cleveland look stupid. Jamarcus Russell, without a doubt in my mind, one of the biggest busts in 2007. Through his career, his short career, thanks to what he did with the Raiders, with arguing about wanting to get the most amount of money as a rookie quarterback, ended his career with Cleveland with 354 completed passes, 680 thrown entirely, 52.1% completion percentage. Yikes. 18 touchdowns to 23 interceptions. Had 4,083 yards, QBR of 65.2. Rough. Started 25 games in Oakland. This man was out of the league after 3 years. You're number one overall pick, and you're gone after 3 years, and you have to beg a team to try and sign you, and no one give you a chance. That's a guy you definitely know for a fact he was one of the worst busts in that year. Now, what it brings us to the next question: what could the Raiders gotten? Who could they have justified? Who could they justify picking in that spot, especially knowing that they needed a quarterback? Well, damn it! Instead of getting a quarterback, why not go for a guy that you could throw the ball to, and go after a quarterback in the free agency? I'm talking about my man Calvin Johnson. Calvin Johnson stuck his entire career with the likes of Detroit. Terrible to see how his career went. 731 receptions to his career, 11,618 receiving yards, 83 touchdowns, which solidified his spot in the Hall of Fame. I just wish he played a little bit longer and gone to another team. other than Detroit. That's just me. Which brings us to 2008. I'm going to try and make this quick because we got about 18 minutes before the draft. 17 minutes before the draft starts. And of course, knowing me, there's probably going to be a lot of time anyway because the Titans are going to take a long ass time to get that first pick in, even though we know who the hell they're picking. So 2008, Darren McFadden. I just ultimately decided that McFadden was the worst one out of that entire draft. 1,302 rushing attempts, 5,421 rushing yards, 28 rushing touchdowns in his career. He still started 82 games with Oakland, ended his career in 2017, about 9 years. 9 years in the league for him. Which brings us to the best player in 2008. And I know for a fact there will be a lot of arguments, especially from my old man whenever he gets in here. Aqib Talib. Without a doubt in my mind, he's one of the better players in that entire draft. Ended his career with 462 tackles, 35 interceptions. I almost said 350. Jesus Christ. 35 interceptions, 5-time Pro Bowler, and he is, without a doubt in my mind, a future Hall of Famer. Bringing us to 2009. Now, Denver was looking for a running back that year. Had a couple options. They unfortunately went with the wrong one and picked up Knowshon Moreno. At least I think it was Denver. I could be wrong. Oh, no, yeah, it was Denver. What am I thinking? Anyway, Knowshon Moreno. Now, everybody knows he was a fucking dud. 876 rushing attempts. 3,619 rushing yards in his career. 27 touchdowns, which ain't nothing to sneeze at. Started in 45 games with Denver. Retired in 2014. It's a short career for him, too. Now, you sit there and think about who the best player is in 2009. Couple guys to consider. There's one guy in my book that will definitely stay as the best player from 2009. Currently plays in LA with the Rams. He most likely probably his last year, without a doubt in my mind, it's his last year. Matthew Stafford. Now, Stafford came into Detroit, young kid, the gunslinger he was, man who knows how to has a comeback in the fourth quarter. So far through his career, 5,174 completed passes on 8,166 attempts, which is a completion percentage of 63.4%. So far, like I mentioned, his career, 59,809 passing yards, 377 touchdowns to 188 interceptions, which is high in my opinion. Still, 91.2 QBR so far. He does hold a couple records himself. Holds a record for the most amount of fourth quarter comebacks in a season with 8. And the most amount of passing touchdowns in a game by a rookie, which is 5. So he holds a couple records. He, without a doubt in my mind, Matthew Stafford, without a doubt in my mind, he's a Hall of Famer. Possible first ballot. He got his ring with the Rams, and congratulations to him. Hopefully he'll be able to get another. I doubt it, though. Which brings us to 2010. And this is why I really wish the old man was here, because I want to bust his chops about Tim Tebow. Tebow, anyway, 173 completed passes in his career, 361 thrown footballs, 47.9% completion percentage, 17 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, which, hey, ain't terrible. Congrats for him. 2,422 yards. He really didn't get a real chance, especially with Denver itself. Had a QBR of 75.3, 14 starts in Denver, and just really never got a chance anywhere else. He wound up hanging up the cleats in 2015 initially, and he got a call from his good old friend Urban Meyer. Hey, Tim. Hey, how you doing, man? Listen, I'm cracked out of my mind right now. You got to come down here to Jacksonville. I know we got a quarterback already, but you can play tight end. I don't give a shit. I'll put you wherever. Cool, thanks. Plays tight end for one offseason game and got smoked. After that, he retired in 2021, and he should have stayed retired. He shouldn't have came out of retirement at all. All right. Brings us to Trent Williams. Best player in that draft, without a doubt in my mind. Trent Williams, so far throughout his career, he's still playing. Trent Williams has started every game except for one game. And, of course, if you're going to be there with, if you're going to be in there with one of the worst teams in the entire NFL, with the Commanders at the time, just yikes. But still, either way, I mean, Trent Williams started all but one game in his career, 11-time Pro Bowler, future Hall of Famer without a doubt in my mind. Bringing us to 2011. And again, I'm trying to get through this super quick as possible because I did a lot of research and I want to talk about it, goddammit. 2011, Christian Ponder. You got three quarterbacks he had a huge question mark about. Blaine Gabbert, I forget the other guy, and Christian Ponder. Call him Pounder even though his name is Ponder because, of course, watching Minnesota, you always have to call him a Pounder. Call him Pounder because he threw so many fucking interceptions. Christian Ponder, 632 completed balls, 1,057 thrown footballs with completion percentage of 59.8%, 38 touchdowns, 36 interceptions, 75.9 QBR, 36 starts in Minnesota, and retired in 2016. This man played 5 years. Rough. Which brings us to who the hell they could have picked up, who they could have gotten in that spot. Best player in the draft that year, without a doubt in my mind, T.J. Watt's older brother, J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt is going to be a Hall of Famer here fairly soon. 586 tackles throughout his entire career as a DN primary. 114 and a half sacks through his career. Holds an NFL record. Most amount of seasons with 20-plus sacks at two seasons with 20-plus sacks. He, without a doubt in my mind, future Hall of Famer. Which brings us to 2012. 2012, a lot of good guys, a lot of terrible guys. There's one guy in particular that I know for a fact should not have gone where he went. Especially considering he only really played very well for one team and then just downward spiral with his career. And I'm pretty sure everybody knows who I'm talking about. Trent Richardson. Trent Richardson ended off his career 614 rushing attempts, 2,032 rushing yards, 17 touchdowns. Only started 17 times with Cleveland out of the league. By 2016, he tried to make a comeback with the USFL before it didn't go that well. Trent Richardson, if I'm not mistaken, is no longer playing. Not surprised by it. So that brings us to the best player in 2012, and without a doubt in my mind, best player out of the draft in 2012 from the first round would be linebacker for Carolina, Luke Kuechly. 1,092 tackles throughout his career, 12 and a half sacks, 18 interceptions. This man holds a record as well. Well, look who's here. Hold on, I'm trying to as well fix my camera.
We're here.
Hold on, give me 1 sec here. I have to adjust things. Ooh, hold on, give me a sec. Sorry, I was also in the middle of talking about talking a little bit over the draft a little bit. I was sitting over here talking about players from former drafts and everything. So there we go. That should be a little bit better. Sean, I know you're in here. Can you give me a thumbs up or something in the chat if this is an okay angle or? Anyway, while I'm waiting on that answer, finishing off about 2012, Kuechly, um, NFL record for most amount of combined tackles in a game with 24. Man, without a doubt in my mind, is a future Hall of Famer. So, surprised you're in here 7 minutes before. So, all set up, ready to go. Had a little bit of fun here earlier. Opened some trading card packs that I picked up before the draft, and just kind of going over everything that I told you about. Talking about the worst players and the best players from the draft. So
which draft were you just talking about? 2012.
2012. So I was getting into 2013.
2012, the heartbreak for the Colts. They finally draft their next franchise quarterback, and he lasted 5 years before he said, "I'm dipping."
Yeah,
That wasn't very nice.
Yeah, I mean, luck wasn't really nice, but for what they got for him. But I definitely thought Richardson was a little bit worse, considering he only started 14 games and then fell off the map for Cleveland.
And honestly, that draft in general was one of the rougher ones that ever was, because you look at the first four picks and what came out of that. A quarterback who lasted 5 years before he gave up the league. Another quarterback who everybody thought was the Jalen Hurts of that era. Running back who anyone who knew not to pick him. Everybody said don't draft him at 3. What came out of this draft? Matt Khalil, Ryan Tannehill, no longer in the league. Luke Kuechly, who was a very good linebacker for the Panthers, but again, short career. It didn't really get much out of it. That first round might have been the worst first round in the past 25 years when you look at the overall talent that came out of it and who ended up sticking. And when we talk about this draft has an opportunity to be just as disappointing long term in my eyes. There's a lot of good talent out there, but 5 years from now, who's still gonna be there? Who are we gonna talk about? So getting ready for this draft. This draft could be boom or bust, just the same way that one was.
Exactly. All right.
So bear with me for just a moment. We're just about to kick this draft off. 4 minutes and counting, according to ESPN. I'm going to go grab a taco.
All right.
And we'll talk to you guys.
Well, while he's off grabbing his food and his taco from my uncle, wonderful Uncle Bruce, I'll continue on about the players from past couple drafts. Fill up the time, fill up the air, so that everybody's not sitting here bored. So after talking about 2012 brings us to 2013. Thought about everybody who was drafted, and came down to the realization that probably one of the worst guys that year was a player by the name of Dee Milliner. Dee Milliner, throughout his entire career, played 3 years in the league. 3 years and didn't do really much. Only had an interception per year. It was sad to see. Now, as far as the best player, a lot of guys I considered as far as 2013, but I came down to a man by the name of DeAndre Hopkins. Mr. D Hop himself. I'm going to try and see if I can fix this here. Because for some reason... There we go. That's better. And then, oops. And then this guy right. Boom. Okay, that's better. Wonderful. Anywho, like I was saying, D Hop, without a doubt in my mind, was one of the best players in that entire year. Without a doubt in my mind. D Hop, even still to this day, is playing. 984 tackles. 984 receptions. 12,965 receiving yards, 83 touchdowns. He is a 5-time Pro Bowler. The huge question mark for him is, with consistency, will he be the future, the player of the future that, that whatever team picks him up next is going to need. But unfortunately, he's at the end of his career. So that brings us to 2014. 2014 was one of those ones where everybody was questioning why in the hell is he fallen this far. But after 8 starts in Cleveland, everybody figured out why in the hell he went as far as he did. Johnny Manziel. Mr. Johnny Football. 106 completions throughout his entire career. 165 passes in his entire career. Still completion percentage of 64.2. 5 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. QBR of 74.4. Again, like I mentioned, 8 starts in Cleveland, and after stints in different leagues, he was done. He was retired. He was a party boy. Whoop-de-doo. Brings us to the best player in the league in the 2014 draft. One guy that I still have nightmares about because of that Super Bowl against Cincinnati, Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald finished his career with 543 tackles, 111 sacks as a defensive tackle, which is insane. He's a 10-time Pro Bowler, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, and without a doubt in my mind, after his retirement this past year or two ago, give or take, even without a doubt in my mind, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. So 5 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock Eastern, which is just about the time that the draft opens up. And as I can see here, since it's not 100% official, but still I want to say it as I see it. With that, the 2005 NFL Draft is open. Tennessee Titans are on the clock. As we're waiting on their pick to come in, we will sit here and still talk about these players from the past as far as who was the worst and who was the best. Luckily, we only have a couple more to go through, 2015 to 2021. As the pick comes in, I will cut myself off talking through these other guys and evaluate the pick as it comes in. So 2015, worst player in that draft as far as the first round is concerning, but a guy by the name of Kevin White, former West Virginian. When I told my friend Jeff about him, he almost cried. 28 receptions, 397 receiving yards through his short career. Unfortunately, with him, he had to retire due to multiple injuries. Felt terrible for the guy. Injuries, unfortunately, are a part of the game. So much more you wish that Kevin White's career would have been. Which brings us to who they should have picked. Who Chicago should have picked. They should have picked Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper, throughout his career, even still playing to this day with Cleveland, 711 receiving yards, 10,033 receiving yards to his career, 64 touchdowns, 5-time Pro Bowler. We'll have to see what happens with Amari. Brings us to 2016. I looked at Cleveland, and I sat there and thought, all right, they did something terrible with getting Johnny Manziel. What are they going to do this year? And they did something that surprised me. One guy who earned himself a nickname thanks to his stint on Hard Knocks that year for the Browns. Corey Second-Team Coleman. 61 receptions, 789 receiving yards, 5 touchdowns, 18 starts with Cleveland, Guy now plays in the USFL, where he's actually having a very illustrious career in the USFL. So we'll have to see what happens with Corey Coleman and see if he possibly makes a return to the NFL. He won't. Brings us to the best player in 2016, without a doubt in my mind. Without a doubt in my mind, be Jared Goff. What he's done, what he has done with Detroit. What he's done with Detroit is insane. I felt bad for what happened with him with the Rams. Terrible for him. But Goff coming to Detroit and Detroit rallying around him was by far what he needed. Jared Goff so far throughout his career, 3,047 completed passes, 4,646 passes thrown, 65.6% completion percentage, 35,058 yards, 222 touchdowns, 94 interceptions. QBR currently of 95.7. He can go nowhere but up from here. Brings us to 2017. 2017, another year where, after seeing what the Bengals did, I wanted to stab my eyes out. We didn't need a receiver that year. We needed offensive line help, and they decided, you know what, let's go get a skill player. Cincinnati decided to get John Ross. John Ross came off of that injury after going and breaking his ACL while breaking the record for the fastest 40-yard dash. Before it got broken later on, a couple years down the line. John Ross finished his career, he's still in the league, but he's not going anywhere else. 63 receptions so far through his career, 963 receiving yards, 11 touchdowns. Only started 20 games with Cincinnati. And as we're looking, he's currently a free agent, so who knows? Brings us to the best player. I was hesitant on saying it because I hate him. But I cannot deny what Patrick Mahomes has done throughout his career. Patrick Mahomes, best player in 2017, without a doubt in my mind. 2,778 completed passes, 4,171 passes thrown in his career so far, with many more to come. 66.6% completion percentage, 32,352 yards from passing, 245 touchdowns and 74 interceptions, QBR of 102.1, the best so far as what we've talked about. So without doubt in my mind, he's the best one from 2017. Brings us to 2018. If I got to gamble $10,000 to make $1, I'm not going to do it. So back to 2018. In 2018, I sat there and thought.
On one betting site.
Just like many NFL teams. Thought that they made the right picks. But this man in 2018 decided that no, every team made last 7 teams before the Cardinals made the worst decision and didn't draft me. That's right, we're talking about Josh Rosen. Josh Rosen finished his career 277 passing yards, 513 passes. I think he's still currently a backup somewhere in the league. I wouldn't be shocked by it. 54% completion percentage, 12 touchdowns, 21 interceptions. QBR at 61.1, 16 starts throughout his entire career with Arizona. And this man retired after 4 years, actually, so that's my correction. I wrote that down. He ain't playing no more. Which brings us to the best player in 2018. I'm pretty sure, Dad, you might argue with me on this one. Josh Allen, best player in 2018.
It's hard to argue against that. It really is. Josh Allen, kind of the class of the field in terms of quarterbacks outside of, Patrick, the guy who owns him. Saquon Barkley, you can't really put him in front of Josh Allen because Barkley, until this past year, really just hadn't done much. And now that's a product of the team he got stuck on. But no, absolutely. I would say Josh Allen is probably the top pick that came out of that draft with Saquon probably second overall.
Definitely.
And that was a fun draft to watch because of the debate between, which quarterback should go where and, whether or not it was worth wasting a pick on Josh Allen. Don't ever forget the reaction to the Buffalo fans when Josh got picked. It was absolutely epic. Um, some pretty good talent that came out of that draft. People who are still in the league today. For me, Minka Fitzpatrick and Vita Vea are two of the top talents that came out of that. Bradley Chubb never quite materialized for the Broncos. Injuries probably played a part in that. But Jair Alexander, Derwin James, some great defensive players that came out of there. Calvin Ridley probably would have been one of the top guys if not for getting, banned for a year for gambling. Not a bad draft though. Not a bad draft
Yeah,
overall.
it was not. I agree with you there. No, but definitely Josh Allen. I mean, just looking at his numbers throughout so far through his career, without a doubt in my mind, definitely comes down to one of the best players in 2019 as far, or sorry, 2018 as far as being drafted. Which brings us to 2019, and I had to shield my eyes when when the Patriots wound up drafting him. Even though I'm a huge, we're both huge ASU fans. When the Patriots drafted him at 32, I was happy for him. But at the same time, he wasn't the right guy to go at number 32. That's right. We're talking about N'Keal Harry. N'Keal Harry, so far throughout his career, 64 receptions, 714 yards, 5 touchdowns. He was so horrible at wide receiver, especially with the Patriots, that he switched over to tight end out of all things to switch to. It makes you think back to Harold Carmichael when he was starting at tight end. He asked the Eagles to switch him to wide receiver, and he flourished. So wanting to go from receiver to tight end makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. So that brings us to the best one in 2019. Still holding strong to that. Still holding strong to that best player in my personal moniker, Nick Bosa. 261 tackles so far throughout his career, 62 and a half sacks, 5-time Pro Bowler. There's a lot of guys to argue about, but me personally, I think it's Nick Bosa without a doubt in my mind.
I think Nick Bosa is probably one of the top players that came out of that draft. TJ Hawkinson is
Oh,
another one that you might take a look at too.
Hawkinson, yeah.
No longer with Detroit, now with Minnesota. The guy is dynamic as a tight end. He may not ever eclipse some of the top tight ends in the game just because the game has changed so much. But TJ Hawkinson is probably in my top three. I think what this draft will be known for is quarterback busts. Kyler Murray, yeah, he got the Cardinals to the playoffs one time. Doesn't mean a whole lot. Daniel Jones, who knows if he'll ever start another game in this league again. Um, and again, another quarterback class that reminds me an awful lot of this year's quarterback class. One guy that everybody thinks is the clear-cut number one, who may not ever turn into a number one quarterback anywhere in the NFL, may not take his team to a Super Bowl, may barely get them to the playoffs. And some other quarterbacks that people might be excited about today that 5 years down the line, we may not remember. 2 or 3 quarterbacks out of this draft, I think, is probably the max that we're going to get out of the first round. If we get more, it's based on reach. So very similar draft. I would definitely say you're probably on the right track there.
Definitely. So that brings us to 2020. 2020, a lot of guys, COVID year, and it was a year that, of course, me being a biased Bengals fan, definitely shows its true colors. So 2020, so far, I mean, guys have proved, have had 5 years to prove themselves. So, might as well start talking about them and thinking, all right, who's the best, who's the worst, what have you. As far as what I saw, as far as we're so far, a man by the name of Jeff Okudah, 177 tackles so far through his career, has only forced 1 fumble. Him being a corner, it's not, not terrible to see. Started 31 games so far, and in those 31 games he started, he has had 2 interceptions. Now, that being a corner, I mean, it's kind of goes both ways. If they don't throw it to you too much, I mean, how can you get involved in the play? Of course, force the fumbles, which he really doesn't do. But if they throw your way, you gotta be able to make sure to catch the damn football. But again, defensive side of the ball, you're more expected to break up the passes and intercept the ball with whatever way you can. So, like I mentioned, this is where I'm going to be a biased Bengals fan. And number 1 pick, Joseph Burrow. Without a doubt in my mind, Burrow was the best player out of that draft. Waiting to see if he comes unmuted and starts yelling at me. But seriously, Burrow, what he has done throughout his career, what he's done for Cincinnati, without a doubt in our mind, in anybody's mind, it will be talked about for years upon years. 1,748 completed passes so far, 2,547 passes thrown, 68.6% completion percentage, 19,001 yards so far in his career, 140 touchdowns to 46 interceptions, QBR of 101.2.
Just for the record, guys, the pick is in. It's about to be announced. Let's get ready to hop on the Ward train.
All right. So while we're waiting on that to be announced, brings us to the last one.
Here's the walk. Here's the walk.
He's walking.
First of all, what is he doing wearing white tennis shoes with a black suit? Well,
it is what it is.
There's a shot, guys. Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Whoa. All right, now everybody knows. Now we know that, what's his name, is going second now. Now we know that Abdul Carter's going number 2.
Yep.
What happened?
Oh, man.
What happened?
We apparently have an announcement from Ian Rappaport. There is a trade. The Browns and the Jaguars have agreed to a blockbuster trade to give Jacksonville number 2. Cleveland drops to 5. In a huge haul. Trade alert being announced.
All right, I'm already calling it. Ashton Genty's going number 2 right here. Right here. Genty. Jacksonville has been sitting there talking about wanting to get Genty over the Raiders all fucking week.
Hold on. Okay, so the Jaguars give up a first, a second, and a fourth in this draft, as well as their first rounder next year. And they get back a first, a fourth, and a sixth this year. So they are moving up to take Travis Hunter, it sounds like.
No, I got to disagree with you there. Sure, you got to think Travis Hunter, but as well, you also got to think about all week they've also been linked with Ashton Genty, too. So we very well could be seeing
they could have stayed
running
back
going number 2.
They are going up to get Travis Hunter. Mark my words, Travis Hunter will be your second overall pick.
We'll have to see.
I will wager. And here's the thing, I already kind of did. I went to DraftKings. I bet Travis Hunter was going to be the second pick. I just didn't know it'd be to the Jaguars. What's super interesting is now what does Cleveland do at 5?
That's a good question. Well, while we're waiting on that pick to come in, might as well finish off with 2021. Trey Lance, I did want to put him down as one of the worst quarterbacks out of that entire draft. 81 completed passes so far throughout his career, 143 passes so far in his career, 56.6% completion percentage, 5 touchdowns and 4 interceptions, QBR of 80.3, 5 starts between 2 teams, and is currently a backup with the Chargers. Now, thought about it, and again, going to be a biased Bengals fan here and say Jamar Chase, 2001, best player in that draft that year, without a doubt in my mind. Not just in the first round, but throughout the entire draft. Jamar Chase, 395 receptions so far through his career, 5,425 yards so far, 46 touchdowns, 4-time Pro Bowlers, Offensive Rookie of the Year, and, of course, his Triple Crown in 2024. So that's kind of where I got down to as far as the best and the worst as far as the first round. Like I mentioned, tomorrow I will be going over and covering day 2 of the draft, so the second and third round as well. So I hope you all enjoy and stick with us and have some fun tomorrow. I know you of course, got a lot to do tomorrow too, Dad, so you're more than welcome to skip out tomorrow. I'll cover it. And, of course, I'm getting all the notifications on my ESPN app. Oh, Jacksonville just traded. Yeah. I mean, more than anything, at least Cleveland's now set up to go to Cleveland's now set up to go get a quarterback, whether it be this year or next year. Very well could be this year. That's if Shador falls to him, too. Oh, Jacksonville pick is in. And Jacksonville doesn't have a player until the another pick until the third round this year. That is insane to think. Wait, I wonder if there's any other services that are doing the draft this year. Or if it's just ESPN. I'm just kind of shocked that they jumped up as far as they did. This is really why I wish that I had my second monitor working. That way I can have ESPN over here and have my main screen with the Discord over here. But it is what it is. Well, hell, I'm using my phone anyway, so it's fine. Keep your camera on, Dad, that we at least see you. See your live reaction to the draft. That'd be fun. Because, of course, with me, I don't have it hooked up here on my end. I wonder. Pick. Says a pick is in, so we're just kind of waiting and waiting and waiting. keep that off. Why not? Come on, Jacksonville. Do what I think you're going to do. Pick up Genty and make my dad go insane. Come on. Let's see a running back go with the number 2 pick. Come on. Come on, Roger. Waddle faster. It is Travis Hunter. Good call, Dad. Good call. Now the real fun question that we're going to be having here, because a lot of people are sitting here saying that no, he's not going to be able to play both. He's not going to be able to play both sides of the ball. Is Jacksonville going to essentially give the proverbial middle finger to the league and say, fuck you, he can play both sides of the ball? The New York Giants are on the clock now after that insane way to start the draft. Second pick traded. Browns trade the second pick. Trade away, get some decent draft capital out of that pick. All for the Jaguars to pick up Travis Hunter. Man, where's Mike? He's probably busy trying to not break his TV for once. The New York Giants are on the clock. Now with since we're in the midst of things now at the third pick, couple of things to consider. Giants are in search of a new quarterback, new receiver, some defensive help, some help on the offensive line. Very well could see linebacker go here with Walker from Georgia, or as well. There's additional things to think about too. I think it's going to be another player going here. I don't see it being Abdul Carter. I don't see it being Ashton Genty. I don't see it being Mason Graham. Jelon Walker really would be nice. Would be nice here too, but I honestly think it's going to be another player. It's going to be another player. They're going to go away from the linebacker. They may reach for a quarterback here. I would laugh if they reach for a quarterback. Message him and see if he's okay. All right, Giants pick is in. So, like mentioning again, questions at quarterback right now. No real definite quarterback. No real definite inset quarterback right now. They got two veteran options there with Wilson and with oh God, what is his name? Jameis Winston. So Winston and Wilson fighting for quarterback positioning there. So do they go for a young quarterback who can learn and develop behind these other quarterbacks, these other veteran guys? Or are they going to go after the sexier pick and go with a receiver here? What is going on? Oh, man. Oh, the wonders of waiting on the first. Oh, the wonders on waiting on the Giants. They don't know what they're doing. I would laugh if the GM's son was in there just throwing out names. Oh, how about Astringente? Hey, Dad, how about reaching for a quarterback? How about going after how about we go after that one kid? Why don't we go after Shadur? Let's go after Shadur, Dad. I swear, if this is Shadur Sanders here, I swear I would laugh. This will be the one time you guys will see me laugh on camera to a point where I'll probably piss myself. The Giants don't know what they're doing. Oh, they went with the smart pick. New York Giants. Pick is in. Abdul Carter. They went with the smart pick. The kids were outside playing with their tech decks. They were outside of the draft room, and they decided to go with the edge rusher out of Penn State, Abdul Carter, the man who I was screaming and calling to go number 1, went number 3. I was wrong, everybody. Your New England Patriots are now on the clock at number 4. Their number 4 pick overall. That offensive line is terrible, horrible, no good, very bad. Got a couple guys to consider. Membu. You got Membu up there. Armand Membu. A couple other offensive tackles. Will Carter to think about, too. I think it's going to be either Armand Membu or what's his name? Will Campbell?
Will Campbell, yep.
Will
And I
Campbell.
think you're probably dead on the money. Real quick, sorry, I had to step away. Had to get some food in me because, it's been a long day, a lot of flights, a lot of flight time, not to mention drive time. Number 2, big move for Jacksonville to jump up. I think it's a great pick for them. Travis Hunter being able to play both sides of the ball. They need playmakers on both sides. And we talked about it in the mock draft. I don't get the love fest for Trevor Lawrence, but if he can't succeed now with a guy who is arguably the top wide receiver to come out of this draft, and a guy that can play on defense as well, if Trevor Lawrence doesn't succeed this year, I think Trevor Lawrence is probably out of Jacksonville.
Definitely, without doubt in my
Third
mind.
pick overall, Abdul Carter. This guy was my second overall, and your first overall, no matter how drunk you were when we made those mock draft picks last week.
Didn't have a drop in
Abdul
me.
Carter is going to be a game wrecker. Carter will be a game wrecker, and I think it's great to see him go somewhere where his career can be destroyed in New York. Yeah, just ask Saquon Barkley. Give him a couple of years and go somewhere else where he can be an actual good player, and I think he's going to be great.
Exactly.
This pick, one of two players. It's either going to be Will Campbell or Armand Membu. I personally think it'll be Campbell. That's been the name that's been linked to them. Vegas isn't wrong very often. They definitely had him as the 4th pick coming off the board. The only other thing to watch for, Jerry Jones or possibly even Denver, possibly trying to trade up to this pick to take Ashton Jeanty ahead of Las Vegas at number 6. So keep a close eye on that. Otherwise, I still think Will Campbell.
Without a doubt. Let me take this hat off. It's starting to get super hot in here. So cool hat though. Real nice design. Something that definitely was a great pickup from my mama from Mazatlan. So So building up to this as well, Dad. I was opening up some more packs and everything. Got a couple more cards for Adam, so definitely getting him a decent little collection before he turns too old.
I think the other thing that I will watch here, and what might be the best over under in this draft, is how long or how much time will be left on the clock when this pick is finally announced. I think New England will probably use 9 minutes and 30 seconds of their 10-minute allotted time to see if they can get either the Broncos, the Patriots, somebody to move up and way overpay for Ashton Genty. Chicago might be a fit as well. They're only trading up from 10, so you're not looking at sliding as far back if you make that move. Those would probably be the three teams that I could see possibly moving up to 4 to try and make a move for Genty.
Definitely. Hold on, just in case Dad start talking again, I just want to make sure that you're getting covered. Okay, you are.
And for any of you that happened to tune in last week for our mock draft special, my buddy Mike that was on with us, I just got a text from him, says that he is in a hotel tonight. He is a truck driver by trade. Says he will break their TV if Jerry Jones trades up in this draft. So cheap entertainment. If that does happen, I'll see if we can get him in here in the Discord and we can watch the TV breaking happen live.
Or just tell him to record it and send it to you. Worst case, if
You're
he's
not
able
wrong.
to
That
jump
would
on
probably
here,
work
so.
too.
Yeah, he'll send it to you. You send it to me, and I'll post it on the channel. Or just tell him to post it on Discord or something. I don't know. Oh, all right. Will Campbell going off the board here. I'm already calling it. Been calling it. Everyone's been calling it. All the experts have been calling it. I called it.
For what it's worth, I don't get it either. I like Membu better, but a lot of times, like we talked about last week, it's about system. It's really about the system he's going into and what they see in terms of what he can do in their system that Membu can't. A little piece of me right now is really rooting for the Broncos to move up. I don't think they can move up far enough, or they can ante up enough to move up to number 4. If Genty somehow gets past here, nobody trades up. It would be interesting to see what it would take for Cleveland to move down again. Maybe they feel like there's enough depth in this draft that they can take that big a drop, especially with what they've already acquired in terms of draft picks. It's always fun, and this is what we were talking about in the mock draft last week. We can't speculate on trades in the mock draft, or it's very hard to do that because I don't think anyone saw this swerve coming tonight.
Oh, definitely. I didn't see it coming at all. I mean, for the second overall pick, just to get dual threat player, I didn't see it coming at all. But to your point, I mean, with who they Denver very well could utilize as far as some trade as far as moving up super far, especially with New England. I mean, they're definitely looking for more offensive line talent. So Denver, of course, doesn't have the best offensive line in general, but maybe trading away a guy like Garrett Bowles or Mike McGlinchey or something like that, trading one of those guys away plus that first pick and some other draft capital very well may be something viable for Denver to do if they wanted to move super far in the draft.
Yeah, and the pick is in, so it's not going to be a trade. I'll call it I'm going to go Will Campbell right here.
You can't be mad if it's either Membu or Will Carter anyway. I mean, they're both
Will Campbell
fantastic.
it is.
Called it.
Yep. Yeah, and again, I don't think this was anything secret. Vegas is 4 for 4, just for the record. They are 4 for 4 on the first 4 players off the board. So, and if you're bet, if you understand gambling or understand betting, you would have had to wager $20,000 to make $1 on the Cam Ward pick. $1,800 to make $1 on Travis Hunter going second. $1,000 to make $1 on the third overall pick being Abdul Carter. And Will Campbell, this was the first pick that was relatively close. $250 would have made you $1. So these first four, I think, in terms of who was going to go, pretty much dead on the money.
Man, I should have put a parlay bet in before I wound up starting the draft. All right. Well, we're still waiting on Cleveland's pick. Unfortunately, I am having to step away for a brief moment. So, Dad.
Hit or miss. Hit or miss. You can ask her if
you
yeah, go ahead and cover while I'm stepping away here, Dad. I'll be back.
All right. So Cleveland at 5 now. The real interesting part of this is, what does Cleveland need? I mean, we talked about it a little bit. What does Cleveland need? They could have had a Carter. So is there another edge rusher that they're looking? They're saying this guy to us wasn't that far off Abdul Carter for us to be comfortable moving down. Maybe. Maybe Mason Graham is a guy that they're thinking about here. Maybe Jalen Walker. Their defense is solid. They do need more playmakers, but I think the consensus has been that there's enough playmakers both at running back and at wide receiver that you can get those things in the second and third round. If they stay pat at number 5, I'll throw it out there and I'm going to say they're going to go Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan at number 5, if they stand pat. And again, another great question. How many seconds will be left on this clock when this pick finally does come in? I would be absolutely shocked if every last second doesn't tick away and there it is. The pick is already in. So the Browns will draft at number 5. The only question is who. Any chance they go Ashton Genty? We'll find out in just a moment. Quick side note. I love watching the draft. Love it with a passion. ESPN does this amazing job of, even once the pick is in, they have to finish talking about the previous pick before they'll even start speculating on the next pick. They already know who it is. So they at least make it look good as we sit here wondering who's going to be the call. Do we have somebody walking to the stage? Could it be time? We got to hear from Will Campbell first. What do you think? Who's the pick?
I think it'll either be Membu or Mason Graham.
It's definitely going to be a trench guy.
To me, I think Membu makes more sense. I forget which side Jedrick Wills plays on, but
Right.
He's either not on the team anymore,
Right.
or this is the final year of his contract.
Yep.
And you're gonna, without a quarterback, unless you trade for Kirk Cousins on like day 2 or 3. Unless you trade for Kirk Cousins, you're gonna stink this year.
Yep.
So
I think they're tanking for next year's quarterback class.
Somebody in next year's quarterback class on paper as of right now would be really nice.
Yep.
It's gonna be good.
Yep.
But or you take Mason Graham.
All right,
They're
I'm
talking about
right around the
offense.
same right around the same time the pick is in.
Yeah.
So Cleveland. Couple things to question: quarterback concerns, offensive line concerns as well. Catch my breath. does Cleveland reach for a quarterback here?
And Mason Graham would be a lot of fun.
Does it go to Shador? Is
So
that who we see?
is it going to be Membu or is it going to be Mason Graham?
I think I've talked myself into Mason Graham.
Mason Graham. There it is. I made the call. I made the pick. Mason Graham is the pick. Las Vegas
Defensive
about to be on the
tackle.
clock, and if this takes more than 30 seconds to announce the pick is Ashton Genty, I will
Running
be floored.
back, without a doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
Running back, Austin Genty. It'd be hilarious if it was anybody other than Austin Genty. Beyond hilarious. But I mean, it's a decent pickup for Cleveland, but I'm definitely questioning their concerns at quarterback. Oh, Cleveland.
Everyone say hi to Lainey. Lainey is my niece. There's Vixity. They're all here to say hello.
I have a lot of nieces I'm at too.
Welcome to my life.
Oh, cute stinker. Oh. It took a lot longer than 50 seconds there, Dad, as far as a pick being in. Almost 2 whole minutes for Cleveland, or for Las Vegas.
I'll be right back in a few, guys.
All right. While he's stepping away, of course, with the Raiders, a couple questions to think about. They've been hand in hand with Genty all freaking year. But at the same time, not just running backs your question. You also got to think about the defensive side of the ball, too. But more than anything, if it's anybody other than Genty, I would be shocked. And look who's here.
Ladies
Welcome,
and gentlemen,
sir.
boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the show, Longhorn.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Kind of shocked so far.
I was a little shocked that Jacksonville traded up. It's got to be Genty here, right?
Without a doubt in my mind. If it's anybody
Yeah,
other than
that's what I'm
Genty, I
thinking,
would
too.
lose my shit.
Is there anyone else that could take here? Like really shake shit up here?
No, I mean, that corner out of Michigan, Will Johnson, too. It'd be insane
I
to
could
do
see
it,
him.
but still.
He looks like a Raider, you know.
He does.
Man,
There's a lot of positive.
this can be painful to watch. I'm not going to lie. I don't want to have to deal with this guy. I'd have been fine with Denver trading up in front of them to take him just to piss him off 2 years in a row. I mean, we got Bo Nix right in front of him last year.
Yeah, this guy's gonna be fun for you guys in Denver for the next 10 years.
I think it'd be a lot more fun if the pick here is not Ashton Genty. If it is, I don't know, Armand Membu. But I'm fairly certain we're about to see Ashton Genty in Las Vegas, and I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be sick. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't think Pete Carroll's gonna screw this up. This is not the Raiders of old.
No, I'm pretty sure Pete Carroll can't screw this one up even if he tries. The only thing I could see is if Chicago drafts or moves up to number 10 or from 10, and somehow talks the Raiders out of him. But man, if the Raiders move out of this pick, it better be because they are sold on Omarion Hampton being the next coming. I don't imagine this pick will take more than another 30. Oh, the pick is already in. Yeah, see, so when the pick comes in that quick, they knew who they wanted. The guy is still on the board. He's gonna go right here, and most likely Membu goes to New York.
They're gonna announce T-Mac. They're gonna announce a receiver from Arizona, and
If
we're gonna
they,
be
if
shook.
they go with Ted McMillan,
Yeah.
dude, that'd be hilarious.
They're gonna draft Vontae Mack.
Vontae Mack.
Here it is. Ready
the
to throw
Raiders
up.
of old. Channel L. Davis.
There it is. The pick is in.
You gotta like Ashton Genty though. He's just
Yep.
he's a fun kid to
Genty's out
watch.
forward.
Here's the thing. I understand the pick. I can't be mad for the kid. But man, there are just some picks that get made that you just want to throw something at the TV. I don't know. Remember this other running back who went 4th overall? What was his name? Anyone?
Zeke,
Zeke.
and I was correct on it.
Yeah. So I guess all I've got to hope for here is that this is kind of a repeat of Zeke all over again. Sure, he'll look great for a year or two, but then he's going to gain 45 pounds, end up looking like garbage,
Yeah, but will
jump
he
into
wear
a
a crop top?
Salvation Army bucket and die.
We're a
So-
crop top. Now the real question is too. I mean, do we possibly see the second coming of Bo Nixon out of him too, or not Bo Nixon? What am I thinking about? Bo Jackson. Second coming of Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson. No, this is not the second coming of Bo Jackson. Nobody is the second coming of Bo Jackson. Here's the only thing that I will say, and the only knock that I can see on Ashton Genty is let's remember who he played against, guys. This is not a kid who played in the SEC. This is not a kid who played in the Big Ten.
He did go
The
for
kid who played in
200 on
Mountain West.
Oregon though. Like
I am well aware of that. Oregon's defense was awful, even when they were up for a shot at the title. Oregon's defense has never been great. It's their offense that outscores everything. But what I will say is he looks like the real deal. He would have looked great in Bronco orange. But prove it to me. Show me you can do it against NFL talent and not Mac West talent. Mountain West, sorry.
All right. Now the
see, I
next
do think
question.
this is a good comparison. Emmett Smith and Ashton Genty, except I think Genty has better hands. I think he catches better than Emmett did.
Especially in Arizona.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to the
And I agree
Jets.
with you. Ashton Genty can catch the ball out of the backfield, has the possibility of being a 3-down back in an NFL where you don't really have 3-down backs anymore. See, here it is, the comparison to Emmitt Smith. Come on.
They run similar. I
on.
mean, they're the same size.
Same size, sure, but Emmitt Smith
They got a
didn't
similar
play
running style.
West and also benefited from the best offensive line any NFL running back has probably gotten to play behind. So, I mean, I could run for 4 yards a carry if I don't get touched for 3 of them.
I know it was a great time to be a Cowboy fan.
Back in the VCR days. Yep.
That's right. I don't know, Raven. Who are you thinking for the Jets here? I do think that Jalen Walker's the best available here, but I'd love to see Warren go here.
Well, Tyler Warren
Yeah.
definitely would be an interesting way to go with the guy out of Penn State, but I honestly think it's going to be Membo.
I could see Membo. I mean, they do need help on the line.
Yeah, I think Membo is the clear-cut pick. He's been linked to him in almost every mock draft for the past, 4 months. And the reality is they invested in a quarterback. They paid for a quarterback. You have to protect your quarterback. Just ask Aaron Rodgers. He probably could have benefited from some protection. I think you have to take a guy that potentially could be an anchor for the next 10 years. So I think it's Membu, although I think it makes more sense to go Walker as well. Do the Jets trade down?
That'd be
If I were
insane.
the Jets, I'd just
Nah, it says
acquire all the
pick is
picks I
in, they're not
possibly.
going to be trading.
But maybe a more interesting question is who would trade up?
You're hoping it's Denver.
Well, what are you trading up to get right now?
Yeah, that's my point. Outside of maybe Tyler Warren or Tatoria McMillan.
I don't think a
Like, other
receiver
than
is
those
taken
two.
until. I don't think a receiver will get taken until maybe 10.
I could see Chicago. I could see Chicago.
Really, I think Dallas
Um,
probably takes the first receiver.
and if they get their choice and they screw it up, it'll be one more time that we get to celebrate. Be right back.
Imagine Ted McMillan's still on the board and Dallas doesn't pick him up. That would be hilarious.
I'm cheering for Matthew Golden.
Yeah, I know a couple teams and wide receiver needy, especially with Carolina up next after this pick.
Yeah, I could see Carolina
here.
going offense, getting Bryce Young some. I mean, they got a good offensive line. They could get.
Yeah, Carolina, Chicago too. Looking for more weapons for Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams.
Yeah. Curious who this Jets is going to be. I wonder if he's right and it'll be Armand Membu, or if they'll go like Jalen Walker and best available.
Just a couple minutes ago, confirmed by Adam Schefter, minutes after drafting the edge rusher Abdul Carter, the Giants picked up Kayvon Thibodeau's fifth year contract option. Them two together is going to be insane.
Yeah, and they got Brian Burns. That defensive line is stupid in New York.
But the real question is their offense good enough?
We'll see how good Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston can play together.
But one's gonna be on the sidelines trying to eat a W. The other one's gonna be in the plane doing workouts in between flights. So pick your poison at that point.
Yeah, I don't know who to pick on this one. If they're smart, they'll go Jalen Walker. All right, pick is in. Let's hear it.
I called it Armand Membu. I wasn't.
I think that's
shocked
the
by
first.
it.
I think that's the first football player, NFL guy I've ever seen named Armand.
Now you got me curious. Shoot.
It's not a very common name, so.
Yeah, he's the first one.
I feel like I know someone who's going to be a big fan of his. Carolina's pick is already in. It's got to be Jalen Walker.
Well, knowing they need the edge rushing help, number
Jalen
one need for
Walker
them
for
right
sure.
now. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, they got it. They're sprinting to the fucking podium at this point. It's already in.
Oh, Roger, here's our paper. Here's our paper. Here's our homework.
Every other one I had to talk about that young Walker.
So the stupid part of this is the draft officially starts right after this pick, because right now the top 7 picks in terms of players in the order they've been drafted, but really it's not been a surprise. The only surprise was the trade up for number 2. So Jalen
Yeah, it
Walker,
starts
I
at
think,
9.
is probably the likely pick here.
9 is when it starts. Does Shador get picked or not?
Walker. I could see a long shot, Walter Nolan.
I wouldn't be shocked if it was Jalen Walker.
Where's the draft at
I
next
think
year?
it's way too early for Barron yet.
Oh, that's a good question.
My main reason.
I know we talk about this every year, Bronco, but where is it next year?
I watched because I.
Say that again.
Where's the draft?
So where's
next
the
year?
draft next year?
Yeah.
Well, I've watched so much Texas. I've been
It says here Pittsburgh.
between you and there, and I hate to admit it. I don't think there was some player that can.
Did you hear how many people are in Green Bay right now for this draft?
Yeah, probably a couple thousand.
125,000 people there.
Jesus, their stadium can only hold half of those people.
There's only 107,000 people that live in Green Bay. They have more people at the draft than that actually live in the city.
That's hilarious.
I was just in Green Bay last week.
Jesus.
What a small town.
So, just quick side note, as we talk about the picks that have come in, New York Giants, shortly after drafting Abdul Carter, just announced that they are picking up the 5th-year option for Kayvon Thibodeau. So, good piece to the puzzle, good piece to the defense. Real question is how many games until both the GM and the head coach are fired because they couldn't get one of those top 2 guys to help their offense.
I think they last till like game 12 or 13.
I think I think you have to go see when their bye week is. I'm betting on the bye week.
Schedules have when they come out next month or a couple weeks from now.
Yeah, something like that. If they make it through the first half of the season, it will be shocking because that offense is no good. If you're the GM of an NFL team and you already know, or a head coach for that matter, either one, you already know your job is on the line, and you get stuck in this position of knowing that you have to draft the right guy that's really just a draft pick for the next head coach and the next GM. How bad does that have to suck?
Definitely sucks. Makes me think back to that time with Green Bay. They were the head coach knew that he was almost certainly gone.
Yeah, right.
So he wound up trading for that guy who was way over the hill. I know it was one of Green Bay's old coaches, but got a guy who was completely over the hill and still, knew that he was going to be sitting on the team for failure. I forget the guy's name, but he was just so far over the hill. It was like, why are you even trading for him?
Oh. All right. While we wait for the announcement, let's talk for a second about the Saints, who are technically now on the clock because the Panthers pick is in.
Shedeur Sanders. I'm not even gonna.
I'm telling you right now, Shedeur is not the pick at 9. He's not going to be. But the only real question is, who is Jalen Walker? Jalen Walker would make the most sense to me, unless you go wide receiver.
Jalen Walker's a good pick right here.
I agree.
Yeah, Jalen Walker should be off the board right here.
Yeah, Jalen Walker's.
With how quick they want to.
Yeah, he's going to get picked right here.
What about maybe Tyler Warren? Tyler Warren to the Saints?
That wouldn't be a crazy idea.
I think it's too early.
I don't know.
for Barron.
I'm leaning towards what Raven said. It might be Shedeur.
Here we go. Jalen Walker.
Oh shit!
There. Okay.
Holy
All right. I don't
shit,
hate this
no.
pick.
Ted McMillan. Holy
I don't hate this
shit.
pick.
I don't hate it. I'm shocked, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't hate this pick at all. I think I
Bryce
think
Young gets a
Carolina has needed
weapon.
a quality wide receiver for the past 2 years. I mean, I know that they got Adam Thielen, stole him from the Vikings when Thielen was on his way down anyway. Um, McMillan could be a playmaker for them, and you got to give Bryce Young you got to give him a weapon. After how much he improved last year, you got to give him a weapon to find out whether or not he can be your quarterback. So I think this is a great pick. A little bit of a shock, but not that much.
That's definitely a huge shock for me. Shoot. So now you got to think about it with their next pick throughout this draft, like in that second round. Is that where they address the question as far as edge rusher? Are they hoping that some of these guys fall out of the first round and become the second round availability, or are we possibly seeing a trade up? And the Saints pick is already in. Holy shit!
Yeah. I'll be curious to see if maybe this is potentially Jalen Walker, or possibly Will Johnson. I do not think it is Shadur Sanders.
Well, at least they did the sensible thing and held off on doing any other picking or anything, or any other trades. You're looking right at you, Mike Ditka. I'll trade my entire draft just for a running back.
So before the draft, Longhorn asked me how many trades I think we're going to see in the first round, and I put the number 5 up there. I don't think we saw the first one. That was a big shock. I don't think we'll see another move until we get somewhere around 17 to 18, and we're going to see maybe
12,
three
baby.
picks get traded. Maybe 3 picks get traded toward the end of the first round. So I'm sticking firm with 5.
I would be curious. I am in a state of Kentucky right now that does not allow you to bet on the NFL draft for some stupid
Right,
reason. I can bet on anything else, but not the NFL draft for some dumb reason.
right.
Um, I'd be curious to know who is the favorite at this 9 pick right now.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. And I think, first of all, I think being able to bet on the NFL draft is a little bit crazy considering how much insider information a lot of people will have access to. I feel like that's just a bad idea. But I would imagine that right now the big money is on either Jalen Walker or Will Johnson.
It's definitely very likely. Oh man, it wouldn't shock me if it was Jalen Walker, and at the same time, wouldn't shock me if it was Will Johnson. I think more than anybody, it would shock me if they decided to jump and stretch for Shador here. That'd be hilarious to see.
Here we go. It's coming, I think. Yep. Here it comes. Oh, wait. We got to hear from Tatoria first. Real quick. I'm sorry, real quick. Raven,
Yep.
you should take needs for the Saints.
I'm sorry. Talk about needs for the Saints.
Yep.
So as we currently see right now, the Saints are in desperate need of a wide receiver, corner, edge rusher, offensive guard, and quarterback. So that's why a lot of people aren't going to be shocked if it's going to be Jalen Walker or Will Johnson. As well, you got the other guy from Texas, Jahdae Barron. That very well could fall here. But either way, I wouldn't be shocked if it was any of them. I know a lot of draft boards have been plugging the Saints with Shador, but we'll just have to see what happens.
I think it would be fitting, since the Saints have not drafted a first-round quarterback since Archie Manning, if they don't go Shador here, they suck again this year, and then they get
I feel
Arch
like
Manning
That would be
next year.
hilarious. That would be hilarious.
I feel like you don't throw that stat out there unless somebody knows they're going quarterback.
They can't possibly draft Shador at 9, right?
I mean, they could. They shouldn't, but they could.
I know what the
There
hell.
we
I'm
go.
going.
I don't know what
I'm
the hell
going
they're
Jalen
smoking
Walker.
down there, and don't know what they're smoking down there in Louisiana, but who knows? It could happen. Kelvin Banks
All right.
Jr.
All
Wow,
right.
man, another
First Texas
Not a
player
terrible
drafted. All right.
So for me, this pick is about best available, and not even about needs, because Kelvin Banks Jr. Most people agreed was possibly the second best offensive tackle in this draft. So if you're sitting at 9 and you don't feel like you can address your actual needs, why not take the best available? Why not take a guy who could anchor your offensive line? And why not take a guy who might be able to protect Derek Carr, assuming Derek Carr can come back? This smells of tanking. And Longhorn said it. Last time they drafted a quarterback in the first round was Arch Manning. Imagine being able to get the next Manning next year.
Yeah, 'cause
Just
he might be
just
better than
watch him
all
fail
the
too. Yeah.
Mannings.
All right, Chicago on the clock.
Chicago.
What do you
Here
got?
we go.
It's already in.
So they currently have needs at D tackle, running back, receiver, corner, and edge. I wouldn't be shocked if we see another receiver come off the board here for another weapon for their young star. But as well, I wouldn't be shocked if they go and try and address address the defense and go after a guy like Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron.
Any chance they take
Well,
Tyler Warren?
I mean, if they go offense, that's probably the pick. I really think that they need to go defense here. They had a great defense last year. Learning curve for Caleb Williams, giving him another weapon. I mean, they've been saying it all night. That's the new trend in the NFL. Let's give your young quarterback another weapon. I really think that the pick should be Jalen Walker or Will Johnson. Tyler Warren would be a good fit there as well.
I got to listen to it since this is the Bears in Green Bay.
In Green Bay. That's right, Colleen. The schedule release marks a pivotal moment in the NFL calendar. It sets the stage for a thrilling season. Yeah, this is when we get to geek out over every single game and 5-week prime time
The Bears are
revenge.
probably
I love
looking
when
at the
there's-
trophies that they wish and hope that they could have had years ago.
Atlanta
We got the
in
one in
December.
'85, but that's pretty much it.
Geek out soon, okay? How about these rookies, the players who were drafted here tonight? When and where do they make their NFL debuts? We're gonna
I want the schedule to be released. So I know when the Broncos play the Cowboys.
find out.
Yeah, you and I both, buddy.
Thanksgiving Day. There's so many captivating matchups. The best.
I'm open for a game in like October. I don't want to go to Denver and
October would be a perfect time frame.
I don't want to go to Denver in late November or December. So
Yeah, everybody would freeze
No,
up there.
late November would be no fun. Early November, maybe. But definitely September, October would be better. May 14th.
May-
Hey, that's not long to wait, guys. May 14th,
No.
schedule gets released.
The NFL team sites that clubs-
the Broncos and the Bengals play this year.
I don't believe so.
I
Maybe
don't
they
think
do.
So either.
Let's go look it up, guys. Denver Broncos 2025 opponent.
I know you play the Cowboys in Denver.
Yep, that is correct. And what do we got? Oh, we do. We host the Bengals as well.
Oh Lord.
Trip to Denver.
This is why I
Bengals
love my
versus
daughter.
Broncos.
My daughter, who's here in Minnesota with me to celebrate my mother's 75th birthday, just asked, "Why are they booing the Bears right now?"
They're not booing the Bears.
Oh, yes, they are.
There's a man by the name who makes the picks by the name of Roger Goodell.
No, they're booing the Bears.
The
The Bears are on the
Yeah,
clock,
we're in Green Bay.
and the draft is in Green Bay. I think that says it all. Division.
Did you see Clay Matthews start at the beginning?
See, yeah. Will Green Bay fans actually boo the death of Steve McMichael? That would be epic.
That'd be horrible, but funny as hell.
Never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come.
Come on, moment of silence for the man.
The Chicago Bears selected one of Stephen Michael's teammates and closest friends. Jackson State.
Boo.
They're still booing him.
You can't cheer for him in Green Bay. That's like, can't do it.
With the Chicago Bears. Thank you. The NFL continues to honor Cleveland not only for an excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the candidates.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Who'd they go with?
What? How did they screw this up? How did they
They got
screw
a
this
tight end.
Wow.
Are you kidding me? Oh my God, Chicago. Why?
Okay, all right, hold on. This is a system pick. Holston Loveland
No,
was
this
viewed
is just
as the
this
better
is
run blocker.
Oh,
no,
Tyler
this
Warren was
is just
viewed
a
as
you
the better
screwed the
receiver.
pooch.
oh, you don't draft the tight
Tyler
end.
Warren
Hey.
is by far
Are
the
we-
better tight end here.
I know. I'm mind blown too, but I just want to point out that the pick is in for the 49ers, and they just had
I'm already,
They
put-
just
I'm
had
already
Walker
putting it down as
falling
Jalen
over.
Walker.
Jalen Walker just fell into the laps of the San Francisco 49ers.
Now the real question is, are they going to be able to pay him?
Is there any chance they don't take him?
They could go corner here.
could
They
go
did just
offensive
lose their
line,
corners.
too.
They could, but like this is a John Lynch pick if ever there was one.
That just makes no sense, though. Tight end. Like there's serious needs on defense for Chicago, and they decided to go tight end. Are you kidding me?
I'm excited to see this next pick. Not gonna lie, because if it's Jalen Walker and he's going to the Niners, it's almost not fair. Like the Niners just their defense got decimated by free agency. And you're going to tell me that now they get possibly the best defensive player not named Abdul Carter in this draft?
Oh, please screw this up, Niners. Please screw this up. Let him fall to Dallas.
Oh dear Lord!
Let me get my hopes up for 10 minutes.
Please, 49ers, do the Raiders thing and get a kicker.
You know you're not getting your receiver.
Oh, I'd be fine if they can. If Jalen Walker
do
slips,
me a favor. Need you to practice saying the name Omarion.
yeah, we're not drafting that idiot.
Could reach.
I'm just saying.
He's a Bronco.
I'm just saying. Omarion Hampton to the Dallas Cowputes. Would that be enough to burn the jersey?
If they waste a number 12 pick on him,
Would that be enough? That's all I want to know. To
Yeah,
get the
if they
second
draft him
best
at
running
12,
back in this draft. All right, so we can order the
'cause he's
Bo
like
Nix
the-
jerseys now.
he's like the 40th best player in this draft. So no, I don't want
I'm
him.
well aware. Well, they already aren't getting the receiver they wanted. They are not going to
They're
draft
getting
the
Matthew
Texans.
Golden. That's the one I want.
I know. Luther Burden the third. Would that do it too?
No, I like Luther Burden.
I'm not leaving.
All right. So
I
if
just
it's
hope I
not a
want Jalen
Texas-
Walker to slide here. Can you imagine Jalen Walker with Micah Parsons?
Sure, I can imagine a lot of things. I can imagine the
Oh,
Cal
please
Pubes
screw this
actually
up.
getting to watch the Super Bowl
Come
on
on,
something
Lynch.
other than or VHS.
One time, John Lynch, screw up the pick. Let me get my hopes up
I
for
don't know.
10 minutes that Jalen Walker
I
could
don't
be
know
a
what's
Dallas
the best
Cowboy.
part of the NFL draft for me. I really don't. Whether it's waiting for that first pick to get announced just to get the ball rolling, or whether it's waiting for Jerry Jones to screw it up somehow and have you throw things at the TV or threaten to burn jerseys, because those two things go hand in hand
Luckily,
for me.
I think I know something that would put it over the top to where we will for certain hear a broken TV and a burned jersey tonight. Nick Emenworry.
Yeah, yep,
They'd
that'd
reach for
do
a
it too.
safety that could go in the second round.
Please say the name Omarion. Because as much as I want him to slide to the Broncos at 20, I would be okay with that. If it is Omarion Hampton at 12, and I get to hear the TV break in a hotel room, nothing would make my day more.
Not happening.
All right, checking back in just a moment. I'll be right back.
Look at that link to the ESPN.
I wonder who this Niner pick's going to be.
Oh, I wouldn't be shocked if it was Walker. I would not be shocked.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's Jalen Walker or like Will. It could be Will Johnson. They do need a corner.
That's true.
Isn't that one of their needs is a corner?
Their current needs are offensive tackle, corner, edge, D tackle, and center. If you do anything other than Jalen Walker here, it would be shocking.
I'm surprised Walker's sliding to
I know all the way
this
down
far.
to
I thought he was.
11. Jesus.
I thought for sure he'd be number 8. Wouldn't get past 8, but
Okay, sorry, I'm back. I just had to jump in really quick because they just said something that made me kind of giggle.
Oh, Lord.
How about Shedeur Sanders? Would that cause you to burn a jersey?
yeah.
Would you burn the jersey? That's all I need to know.
If they draft Shedeur, yeah, that's it. We're done.
Yeah,
Cowboys
okay.
fandom over.
Yep, they just said it. If he doesn't go at 21, he might slip out of the first round altogether.
You don't think someone would trade back in to get him like at 30, 31?
Shedeur? No. Unless you're a quarterback needy team, a.k.a. Cleveland.
What do we got? Special message? Oh, all right. All right. Service members get to make the pick, guys.
We're grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL with the service and the USO. Introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick. San Francisco 49ers draft pick. Back to you in Green Bay.
Well, at least let them announce it if you're going to do all that. Jeez.
So what was the point of that?
I don't know. Advertising dollars on. Okay, here we go. Walker. It's got to be Walker.
I wouldn't be shocked if it was Walker.
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, San Francisco 49ers select
Oh, wow.
Who'd they go with?
What? Okay.
Oh, for the love of God, Jerry
Oh,
Jones, do not fuck
Michael
this up.
Williams. He's the third best
It
in
makes
the
sense. I
position.
mean,
Oh my lord.
I forget the white dude.
Bosa's gone. Bosa's
Yeah.
Like, don't hate it. I don't know that I think he was the 11th overall pick or next up at edge, but I don't
I
hate
mean,
it.
they had him ranked
I mean,
at 12th overall, but I mean, Jalen Walker
You know-
falling this far, being projected to be 4th overall.
I would love to go back and just double check our mock draft from a week ago. I am pretty sure as of Saturday, Jalen Walker slid down into the 20s. Am I wrong?
Yeah, he did slide in the draft.
So,
All right, Cowboy picks
either-
in.
Yeah. Cowboy
Shador Sanders.
pick isn't. No, Marion Hampton. Shador Sanders. No, it's hard to say that this is shocking to see him not get drafted here when we, in our mock draft, going back and forth, making the picks, Jalen Walker didn't go until the 20s.
I think he fell all
So,
the way down to 19,
The real
if
question
I'm
is
not
how far does
mistaken.
he slide?
I mean, if he falls all the way to the 20s, I would be shocked.
He
And
better
if
not.
he makes it to the
Cincinnati
20s,
better
then
not
I'm
let him get
shocked
past
if he
them.
does. I'm just
If they let him get past him, I would burn my jersey. Shit.
I will say that,
Yeah.
look, this is the first time as a Cowboy fan that I can say there's like 3 or 4 guys they can pick here, and I won't lose my shit. So just pick one of those 3 or 4.
So let me just ask this one then. Let me just ask you this. You did this to me last year, so I'll do it to you this year. What name do you not want them to call next?
Any running back, or obviously Shador, because that would be stupid.
Any running back?
Any
or what?
running back. No Shador, no running back. Jalen Walker or Matthew Golden or Jahdae Barron.
Please let it be a running back.
This is hilarious.
Please let it be Shador.
Please let it happen.
It's offensive guard Tyler Booker from Alabama.
Fuck are you doing?
Well,
Are you fucking kidding
I
me?
did Zach Martin retired,
He's
but
51st ranked overall. What are you doing, Jerry?
Oh, you fucking.
Hold on. Let me just do this for you right now. Let's see. Cheap jerseys online.
That makes no
Hold on,
sense.
Mike. I'm looking up the Bo Nix jersey for you right now.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That makes no sense.
All right, we got an F-bomb out of him. We're good.
This guy's running to the podium because he thinks this is a joke. He's like, what?
He's running to the podium because he's about to get paid.
Yeah, because he was expected to be picked at like 30. That 30. He's
I
supposed to be a
have no
chief.
idea how they pick him over Gray Zabel.
I don't know how you pick him. How do you not pick a wide receiver? You have Matthew fucking Golden, Emeka Ibuka. Like, what are you doing?
Hold on, I'm finding your Bo Nix jersey. Just give me a
Oh
minute.
my God.
Here, hold on. I can get you the Bo Nix jersey for about $39. Will that work for you? Or is it possible that you wanted a different Denver Bronco? I know there's a lot of Longhorns on that team.
There are.
I
I
can
do
get
like,
you taken care of.
you guys have like Lil Jordan on that team. Maybe you'll draft a running or shit, maybe Jahdae Barron falls to you and you can get another corner and make your defense even better.
Hey, if one of your Longhorn receivers goes to Denver at 20 because
Matthew
Jerry
Golden's there.
Jones didn't draft him, is it over?
Oh. If Matthew Golden's there, I will buy his jersey, and we're good.
Wow.
All right. So my only ask out of you is this: can we please, for the love of God, record it when you burn these jerseys? Because the Broncos end up with one of your Longhorn wide receivers because Jerry Jones didn't. That's my only ask. We can put it on Discord for everyone to watch.
Oh, we can 100% record it. How do you pick Tyler Booker? What are you
That
doing?
pick,
Is he?
and that's what I was saying. That pick
Ladies
makes
and gentlemen,
absolute no sense to me. Like
This
more
This
than
is the
anything with
only
him.
reason that we do this every year is for that reaction right there.
Like,
I mean,
it's just
position
every
ranking,
fucking
he was
year.
second overall in that position in general. 51st
Every year.
ranked as far as where it was gonna go. So I'm just
Hey,
wow.
the good news is by the time you guys get back to a Super Bowl, streaming will probably be as old as VHS. So.
Bronco, we've been watching the Super Bowl or the draft, 10, 12, 13 years now, every year?
The rule is
Every year.
you have to be
Yeah.
involved.
Every year.
I can only think of
I
one
will say,
time
I think it
that I
was-
have not been
was it
mad.
Van Der Esch? Was it Van Der Esch was maybe the only time I can remember you not being upset?
Van Der Esch and Micah Parsons.
Yep, you're right. Yep, those were the only two.
Now, the real question is, what does Miami
All
do
right,
here?
let's see.
Yeah, they need
Miami's got like the
help.
cream of the freaking crop.
They need some offensive help with the offensive line. They're needing some defensive studs at safety, D tackle, and linebacker. I mean, they have a linebacker that just fell in their freaking laps with Jalen Walker. So,
So
I would be shocked
well,
if he
that
falls all
fixed
the way down to like
for 1
20.
second. I'm just gonna I'm gonna put this on camera, and I know Mike, you can probably see my camera, yeah. Does that video bring back any memories at all? That one right there. Does that do anything for you?
I'm not seeing it
I
yet.
can press play.
Mike, sorry, hold on. Mike, if you would, can you explain to us why the Cowboys got a penalty for an illegal substitution? Bryce Butler decided to come onto the field when there was it was just like that. There's no fucking huddle. They're not huddling. He came on the field. Now they're.
Is that the ungentlemanly?
Unfortunately, Roger Goodell called the referees last night and said, I want you to flag the Cowboys for everything. Okay, but what was that about? What unsportsmanlike conduct is, the rule book is ungentlemanly. And all fucking sports ungentlemanly.
Dumbest fucking penalty ever.
Mike, how do you really feel about that call? I think it's rigged. Oh, it's rigged. Yeah. Okay, and that's why the Cowboys are going. Oh God, no, they're gonna win. Oh, there's no way. That guy broke.
Ungentlemanly. Raven, have you ever heard the NFL throw a penalty flag for you being ungentlemanly?
Never. I've seen unsportsmanlike conduct, but not ungentlemanly.
Nope. They announced it as it was ungentlemanly. Am I correct, Bronco?
We got Lindsay over here.
Fif-
What was that?
15 yards.
Okay. He's gonna miss this one? All right. Hey, Mike. Can you give the folks here at home a little wave? Man, we got a finger there at least. Hey, Mike, what do you think, Aaron?
A girl is not like
That's crazy.
The Dolphins they're in heaven right now, right?
They have the cream of the crop right now, especially with the second
That's
best edge
crazy.
rusher sitting
All right,
there
go watch
in
the
their
videos.
freaking lap.
I mean, Dallas screwed the pooch. Niners screwed the pooch.
Watch Miami do it again.
Hey, let's do a little trivia. Mike, who caught that pass from Aaron Rodgers?
James fucking Jones.
And he was in bounds, right?
Yeah. Got his toes in.
And I'm pretty sure the ball traveled, what, 45 yards on a dime?
Yeah, with
With
about,
about 4
what,
seconds
12
left.
seconds left or something like that? Like,
Yep.
we just don't give up 40-yard passes with 12 seconds left and we win.
I seem to remember that.
Yep.
Oh, this,
I'm
guys,
glad Aaron
this is why
Rodgers
you
is
gotta
old
get
and
yourself a
sucks.
best bud. This is why you got to get yourself a best bud with the exact same interests as you. For moments like this, when Tyler Booker is the pick at number 12, that reaction that we just got to see, that's why. So find your best buddy, bring him to the NFL draft, get a little drunk, have a little fun, and hey, pick number 13 is in.
Every year. Like, why are we so stupid?
I mean,
All right.
you can definitely blame
So
the owner for that one.
Why are we so why are we so loyal to these teams? Like,
I'm loyal because we've got Super Bowls in the last 25 years. You, I don't know.
you know, we could break up a girl like it's nothing, but I won't break up with a team no matter how bad they treat me. Oh my God.
Who
What
the
is
hell
going on with
Grant?
this draft?
What?
Kenneth Grant, a defensive tackle.
He
A
was
defensive tackle at
27th overall
13.
on Piper's board. And
Fourth
he's
overall,
somehow better
fourth
than
ranked in
Jalen.
his position group. I thought they'd go with Derek
He's a
Barney.
big boy.
He's a big
He's
boy.
a
Yeah, 6'4",
Now,
he is a
331. Yeah.
run stopper. He's gonna plug up the middle for sure.
hey, can you explain to me how it is it took Indianapolis 5 minutes to get their pick in when Tyler Warren is still on the board? Is there any chance it's
Let me
not Tyler Warren?
let me explain to you. Being in Indiana, I talked to a couple people this morning, and they have all told me that if Tyler Warren is on the board, and they're like me with the Dallas Cowboys, they're gonna burn it all. Like he has got to be the pick here.
But in the same
All
argument, I
right.
mean, you have Jalen Walker sitting there. I mean, he fell all the way down to 14 in your lap. You need as well. One of the many issues that they need to address is their edge rushers as well. Do you skip on Jalen Walker?
I mean, I'm not a Colts fan by any means. I think Jalen Walker's the best pick here, but I think they're gonna go Tyler Warren.
So you wouldn't be shocked going back
All
home and
right.
seeing a whole bunch of
think
people burning jerseys. That'd be funny.
I think as bad as they need a tight end, it almost has to be Tyler Warren, especially when he's the guy that everyone has said they wanted. If he somehow makes it to you and you don't pick him, you better be drafting Jalen Walker. I cannot believe Kenneth Grant's in front of Jalen Walker.
I can't believe Jalen Walker's still on the board. I can't believe a cornerback has not got picked yet. We're like halfway through the draft. Will Johnson's still on the board. Jahdae Barron.
You know,
Yeah.
there has been a couple corners actually taken out. No, I'm wrong. I'm looking at the best
No,
available.
no corners yet.
No, yeah, there was
corners
one.
yet.
Technically one with Travis Hunter.
Yeah, okay, there you go. True. Travis Hunter, touche. Well played.
I think of him as a receiver.
Definitely more of a receiver.
Do you realize Jalen Walker might fall to the Falcons?
Oh my God! If he falls to the Falcons, oh my Lord!
They're next on the board at 15, and they need an edge rusher. Who else should they take?
There we go. Got to be Warren.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, look, a team that doesn't screw their draft up.
I swear, if he falls all the way down to Cincinnati, I'm going to cry. And if they pick him there, I would cry.
Oh, Jalen?
Yeah, if Jalen falls all the way down there, Jalen Walker going to Cincinnati, that would be insane. He's 3 picks away.
I will say, if he gets past Atlanta, I think he's yours for the taking because I think Arizona's going to go corner.
Yeah, I think a literally.
I don't know. If he gets past right here, Jalen Walker would look pretty good in Arizona.
Yeah, but they just picked
I mean, I
up
don't.
a edge rush. They just picked up a couple of edge rushers too. So I mean, they're
Well,
set at the
they
edge.
picked up Josh Sweat,
And
but
Calais Campbell. But,
yeah, but Campbell's really only there on a 1-year deal.
yeah, prove it
I-
deal. Yeah.
I would think Jalen Walker would probably be the pick for Arizona, and if they get him at 16, they just got a steal. And if not him, they're gonna have their choice between Jalen Walker, Will Johnson, and Jahadi Barron.
I think they go corner. I think they go Barron or Johnson.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2 of their biggest needs they can address right here. So Arizona's in catbird seat a little bit right now. I don't think that they can go wrong with any one of those 3 guys.
Eventually, when we got Mika, like I'm not another guy. She's mine.
I mean, definitely, I mean, Atlanta's one of their number one issues that they're needing to address right now is that edge rushing position. Of course, other needs at D tackle, center, safety, and wide receiver. A lot of questions.
I know it's the same deal. I wasn't really.
What would be a bigger shock? Atlanta going offense or Atlanta taking James Pierce Jr. over Jalen Walker?
James Pierce Jr. over Jalen Walker at any day of the week. Like, if they pick him over Jalen Walker, I would be shocked. Because that would
I'm just
Hey,
saying,
don't
we've
forget-
seen some
Don't
people's
forget, though-
boards just throw us for a loop.
I mean, that would
James
be,
Pierce
that would be
Jr.
2
is-
edge rushers taken before Jalen Walker, so that would definitely be shocking.
I mean, James Pierce Jr. was the consensus #1 pick prior to college football season starting. Like, he was everyone's guaranteed #1 pick. He's just off the field issues.
Yep.
Like, he's good. He is a very good player.
If you have off the field issues, isn't Atlanta pretty much the worst place you could go?
Yeah, as someone who goes to Atlanta like pretty regularly, lots of trouble there. Can definitely get in some trouble in Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
A little bit.
No, you want to be even. What would be even funnier to see here? Atlanta reach for a quarterback. That'd be hilarious. Shador Sanders going to the same place.
No, Atlanta's got Michael Penix Jr. They're probably going to trade Kirk Cousins if they can get something out of him. I think they're set at quarterback. I think they almost have to go defense here. I think they almost have to go edge here. Going corner would not shock me, but I don't think they can go
I mean, they-
wrong with any one of the 4 or 5 defensive players on the board.
Now, another question
We
here.
have
I mean,
all
do you
the
possibly
receivers
see a trade
available.
happening here too. Someone trading up with Atlanta.
Well, and that's kind of what I was waiting for too. Is Atlanta, maybe they've got something in the works with Kirk Cousins involved. Like, that would make sense. I would trade down if I were Atlanta, but if they stay with the pick, it almost has to be edge.
I mean, we're almost down to the final ticks of their 10 minutes that they could make their pick, and they still have not gotten their pick in. So, oh man,
3 minutes to go tells me that either they are on the fence about the player that they're going to draft, or they're on the phone about possible trades. How hard do you think it was for Ian Rappaport to sit on the news about that second overall pick? Because he knew, because the second the first pick was in, he was tweeting.
I couldn't sit on it. Like, if I was in those positions and I knew I'd be. Yep, I'm letting everybody know.
Something else I would find funny here is if Atlanta pulls off of Minnesota. If they want to waiting until their entire time is gone and still the pick not being in.
I don't think we'll ever see that again. It was one of the more entertaining things I've ever seen in the NFL draft twice. Daryl just brought up the Minnesota Vikings letting the clock expire. And they did it, what, 2 years in a row?
2 years in a row.
It's just two consecutive picks.
That should be a Viking fan.
They got jumped by 2 teams. on the
Right.
same-
And still
your
got the
family all
player they
Viking
wanted,
fans?
Ryan McKinney.
No. That was the year they
From
Okay.
his side of the
Yeah.
family, I know Bruce definitely is. My Aunt Shelly, she's Kansas City all day. She's the
That was
only
the player
other one
they
I know
were-
that's not Minnesota.
Oh, look, best available.
They're
See,
down
this
to
is
the
why
last
I don't
50
like Mel.
seconds.
This is why I don't like Mel Kiper. Those are not the
Yeah.
best available players.
Who the hell is Mel
No.
Kiper anyway?
That guy needs to
Look at
retire.
Shadur Sanders nibbling on his nails right now. Where's Daddy? Where's Daddy?
Atlanta's down to their last 30 seconds here, folks.
That's incredible. Jalen Walker, less than a 1% chance he would be available at pick 15. And he is definitely not on the phone. That tells me the pick is not Jalen Walker.
Pick is in.
I will say
All right,
he
here
he
we
was
go.
right
It's gonna
about
be
Brett
James
Favre.
Pierce Jr. I'm already calling it.
Aaron Rodgers, Geno, Chad Henney got the EQ, expect to go a lot higher. Brett Favre, second round. Over back to the second, that's 3 first round.
Geno Smith, Jimmy Clausen, Freddie Quinn.
So that's depend like this year, what is it, 32 teams on?
Yeah.
So every round there's 32 picks. So 39 third round means he was that year there were 2.
Yeah, there were.
Oh, I didn't.
2013, yeah.
Yeah. So that means he was like the 7th pick in the second. So unless you're like the Dolphins, it just accumulates all the way.
If Atlanta does
So-
anything other than Jalen Walker here, I would be shocked.
Quarterback who
I'm with you, Raven.
later than they expected, basically.
Will
He's a
Johnson
Georgia
would make-
Bulldog. It makes sense to draft him right here. Keep him there in Atlanta or, in Georgia.
Jalen Walker will sell some tickets and sell some jerseys.
Yeah, he's loved in
Keep him
Athens.
home in Atlanta where he's already, Yeah, it makes sense. But he wasn't on the phone. And they showed him on TV. He wasn't on the phone. Wouldn't he
Well,
be
we know
on the
Atlanta.
phone?
We know Atlanta doesn't do things that make sense. They did sign Kirk Cousins and then draft
Michael
Michael
Penix
Penix
Jr., yeah. Talk about last year.
at 8, for God's sake.
Here comes the pick.
I hear Pierce Jr. after all of the off the field issues he's had, I would be shocked.
I do want to point out we've only seen one trade in the first round so far. When was the last time that ever happened?
We'd be doing the old stuff finger on the back of the paper. Oh,
There he
There we
is,
go.
There
Jalen
we
Walker.
go. Jalen Walker off the board.
Yep.
Ah, great.
So who's Arizona take? Jade or Will Johnson?
I think they're in love with Will Johnson. That's kind of what I've heard, is that they think he's the better of the two and better fit for their system. I think they probably go Will Johnson here over Jahadi Barron. I personally like Barron better. I think Barron is going to have the better career. But I know some folks up here in Minnesota are probably hoping that I'm right and that somehow Jahadi Barron slides all the way to 24. So.
Yeah, knowing their needs right now too. I mean, the needs with the edge rusher, receiver, corner, guard, and D tackle. I definitely wouldn't be shocked if it was Will Johnson. They could be insane and go after another receiver to add on to their offense, but that defense needs some help.
Hear me out for a second. What about Emeka Abuka?
Arizona should move down. They won't. They could move down a couple of spots. Problem is picking right behind them. You've got Cincinnati at 17. Ooh, let's not joke around. If they don't go cornerback, they're probably they should be fired. So do you want to move down with
Be
the risk that the
insane.
guy that you really want
Hold
between
on
Johnson
a minute.
and
I gotta argue with you here. I said I would go. They should go corner in our mock draft. And now you're flipping the script and saying, "Oh, they'd be insane if they didn't go corner."
well, in our mock draft, there were other players available that better fit your needs, sir.
They better go defense. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
If
they
they
go
don't go
offense, I'm gonna be
defense,
pissed.
they're dumb.
Yeah, Ravens are gonna lose his freaking mind if they draft an offensive player.
Yeah, if I were Arizona, I'd potentially move down, but I wouldn't move down more than one. Because both Cincinnati and Seattle sit in 17, 18. Both of those teams need help on defense. Your top two corners are probably coming off the board
You don't think
in
they
the
could
next
draft?
3 or 4 picks.
You don't think Arizona could possibly draft Emeka Abuka here, pair him back up with Marvin Harrison Jr., the Ohio State
Could they?
kids?
Yeah. Will they? Probably not. I think there's enough depth at wide receiver in this draft that they're going to get a decent wide receiver in the second round or potentially even the third.
Yeah, we're talking about Matthew Golden on the board going into the 20s right now. Like, did not see that coming.
Yeah, he'd look great in orange again.
Yeah, an uglier orange, but still orange, you know?
Yeah, got to stay in the family.
I don't know. The Bengals have a
Yeah,
lot of
no,
Longhorn players
Arizona,
too. Maybe I become a Bengal fan. I do live kind of close to Cincinnati.
so the only way that I see Arizona moving down is if they're in love with somebody like a Derek Harmon or a James Pierce Jr., somebody that'll potentially still be there somewhere in the early 20s and can somehow sucker, oh, I don't know, Pittsburgh into moving up and being afraid that somehow Shadur Sanders or Jackson Dart or whoever they think is their quarterback is going to be gone. But the pick is in. The Cardinals are making the pick. I'm going to stick with Will Johnson as my expected pick.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's Will Johnson. I hope I want to see Barron in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'd love to see him in Brian Flores' defense. I think Barron in that defense probably does incredibly well.
Yeah, and I can't cheer for a Longhorn in Arizona, so keep him out of
You said
Arizona.
you couldn't do that in Denver, and yet it looks like that's about to happen. So
I like Denver.
except for the one time every 3 years where you lose to them.
Yeah. You don't have Von Miller anymore, so I can appreciate Denver.
We didn't have them 3 years ago either, sir. I seem to remember a bar in Iowa.
Yeah, I remember that. Were
Remember
we
much
favored
else
by
about
like
it.
14?
Remember that.
Wasn't Dallas favored by like 11 or 14 or something in that game?
Yeah. Right.
16. The line was 16.
Yeah, and then we lose. Like, Jesus Christ.
30-8 was the final score, I do believe.
I don't remember that one as well as I remember the 52-49 game.
51-48.
Or whatever it was. That game I remember.
The reminder that Tony Romo is still Tony Romo.
Yeah. Peyton
And that
Manning.
Peyton Manning will always be Peyton Manning.
All right, Will Johnson here. We all thinking of him?
I think Will Johnson.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if it
Although-
was Will Johnson.
I'm cheering for
Maybe
Emeka
Matt
Abuka.
Golden here.
Emeka Abuka, yeah.
There we go.
Oh shit!
Walter
Wow. Okay.
Nolan, D tackle. Jesus.
All right.
All right. Will Johnson here.
I don't dislike this. Got Josh Sweat on the outside, now Walter Nolan to clog up the middle.
Yeah.
Don't hate it. Don't hate it.
Two seasons combined.
So let me ask you, like as a Bengal fan, how excited are you to have this board available
Yeah.
Honestly,
at
Oh,
17?
man.
everybody was
Well, definitely knowing Pierce is still on the board. I do not want them to get Pierce, especially understanding his off the field issues that he had. There's definitely tons of tons of corners available here that could be plugged into this defense and honestly make it a decent defense. I'm
So
hoping Will Johnson, at worst, Jade Barron would be awesome to go here too.
let me let me ask you this. You guys are about to have a real problem this coming off season in the defensive trenches. Does it make sense to take a look at a Derek Harmon instead? Especially with the fact 2 defensive tackles are already off the board?
and then he ends up sitting there all night and looks kind of
I don't hate Derek Harmon going to Cincinnati. I just think they're so bad at pass defense.
a lot of guys.
Like you have to get a corner.
Without a doubt.
Well, and they need help on the defense no matter where.
Yeah.
Their defense is just atrocious. Every meme I've seen is congratulations, you signed your receivers to multi-millions of dollars, and now you're still going to lose 97-94 every game this year. So, I personally think you have.
I hope they draft Matthew Golden or Amari Hampton.
Yeah, because that's exactly who they would think about drafting right here. That would probably, if they did that, he should burn his jerseys.
Just go offense here. Go get another weapon.
If
Yeah,
it's another
why not?
weapon, I'm not going to be happy.
Maybe you go like
I,
Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I mean, I agree they need more offensive line help, but there's so much more need on the defensive side of the ball. It's just it wouldn't make sense if you decide to go with an offensive weapon here, especially with a top 10 and with a guy who was projected to go in the top 10. Oh, pick is in.
Oh, the pick is in.
Oh lordy! I mean, having Will Johnson there, the guy who's rated 10th in this draft, him falling to our lap here, it would not be insane to think about a corner going here.
Yeah, I personally think they should Derek Harmon just because of the fact they're about to lose Trey Hendrickson. It fixes a whole lot of problems coming next offseason with your salary cap. And the best way to make cornerbacks look better is to get some pressure up the middle, and Derek Harmon can do that for him. So, now that said, I still think they're either going to go Barron or Johnson. I'm betting on Barron here. But to me, the better play is Derek Harmon. ESPN, by the way, says that the best fit for them right now would be James Pierce Jr. So there,
James
that's
Pierce
an
Jr. He is a beast.
He's
Yep.
a beast, but I mean, if he's a beast, but I don't want to have it be a situation where he's a beast on the field, but off the field, he's a piece of shit.
Didn't you guys used to have someone like that? Like a linebacker, played at ASU?
Yeah, linebacker,
Seem
played
to
at
remember this
ASU, overstayed his welcome out here in Cincinnati, got his ass kicked by a scrawny wide receiver on that one
pretty sure he
play.
killed Antonio Brown.
Oh yeah, he killed Antonio Brown on that one play.
Started his CTE problems.
I love
Some
him.
of
It's
Antonio
great.
Brown's tweets are just fucking insane, especially now revolving around Kanye West.
Yeah, it's good humor.
No,
Good
it
humor.
definitely is.
I don't know if you guys are following NBA basketball, but the Knicks are going to pull out the win tonight versus Detroit
Yeah,
by
and
2.
I'm not surprised. I had the Knicks in 5 in the series, so I think Detroit is just too young. They're not quite there. They're not quite ready. This is going to be great for them. Just to help them understand that they can compete.
Yeah, that whole
But yeah,
Detroit team
definitely
is, I think they're all rookies almost, or in their second year.
pretty much very young for a young team.
I just find it hilarious too how on ESPN it says one of our needs is wide receiver and tight end.
Adam went downstairs to change his diaper.
Yeah, I don't understand the need thing with wide receiver. Like, don't you have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins?
Jamar, T. Higgins,
Yeah.
a young man by the name of Yoshivas.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you would need more than 2 of the top 10 wide receivers in football.
2 of the top receivers, one of the best slot receivers in the NFL. Yeah.
They just said, look for him to go looking for pass rush help. James Pierce.
Pierce or
James
Harmon wouldn't
Pierce.
surprise me, but they should go Will Johnson.
Harmon
They
surprised me,
should,
but
honestly.
yeah, it'll be the second corner off the board.
Who'd they go with?
Not that part, right?
Shamar
Stewart.
Stewart. Holy.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, I don't hate the pick. They might be adjusting the cornerback issue in the next round, so I mean, I don't hate it.
I don't
Yeah.
understand this pick.
I don't either. Like,
He's not good.
and I get it.
He had 1.5 sacks
Jr.
in
is
college.
Pierce Jr. is going to slide because of his off the field stuff. I get it. But man, if you've got guys like Joe Burrow, who, let's be honest, like he wasn't the best little saint in college either. You got a guy like Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. These guys are head cases. What's wrong with bringing James Pierce Jr. in when he's probably the best edge rusher left on the board?
Yeah, well, what's wrong with just, getting the best cornerback in the draft?
Yeah, I wonder that too. Unless you're just not sold that these guys are true top corners, like, I don't know. Like I said, I still believe that one of the ways to make a corner better is to create pressure up front. And so, getting someone who can rush the passer is important, especially when you're about to lose Trey Hendrickson next offseason. If this pick doesn't solidify that fact, I don't know what does.
Yeah, Hendrickson. Trey's leaving.
Yeah, I got to think he's gone.
Hopefully, we'll see an emergence in some of the other edge rushers we have on the team already.
Am I imagining it, or does Stewart not seem excited?
Jamar Stewart, I wouldn't be shocked if he wasn't excited.
He does not look excited. I'm just saying, this whole walkout, held up the jersey for him to look at, and he was like, yeah, that's a jersey. Ideos.
I mean, if I was going to a team that goes 9-8 practically every season, I mean, I wouldn't be happy to. He probably knows that coming in there, he's going to have to step into that number 2 role.
All right. So Seattle on the clock. Interesting dilemma. Their top need, I think, easily is wide receiver.
Without a doubt.
Easily. but the top two corners are on the board right now.
I think they go receiver.
Yeah, Matthew Golden is
Yeah, this
probably the
pick is
best one
in.
to go with.
By the way, this is now 17 out of 18 picks that have not been traded in the first round. 17 teams have stood pat. Does that say more about the fact that Ixie, we've
I think it probably
Does that say
says
more about the fact that-
about
teams knew who they wanted, or that teams aren't willing to move up for the talent in this draft?
probably says a lot more about
This is
people just not wanting to
2012
move up
all
in the
over again.
draft in general because of the talent in this draft.
I will say it's starting to look good for Denver to get a wide receiver or Omarion Hampton, one or the other.
Denver needs to take a receiver. If the best ones are still there, they need to take a receiver.
They need to take a freaking running back because
You can get a running back in the second round.
140 snaps for him last year was gone.
I mean, Longhorn definitely brought up a good point. You can definitely get one in the second round. You could wait. And be
Travion
patient, 'cause, I mean,
Henderson, Quinshawn Judkins, CJ Harvey, like go draft one of those guys in the second round. If you can get a top receiver, go get them.
exactly. I mean, worst
It
case,
is-
I
it
think
is a
Seattle
different
takes
case
the
if
receiver here.
Hampton winds up falling here. I mean, like mentioned, I mean Trayvon Henderson, Kinshawn Judkins, Caleb Johnson, Scatbo.
Ooh, Scatbo in Denver would be fun to see.
Yeah, it would be.
That will be a third rounder if that, third or fourth or the other.
Got to be a receiver.
In the 2025 NFL draft, the Seattle
What the
Seahawks.
fuck?
Holy shit.
They said Gray Zabel.
Actually went to
Gray Zabel. That's a great pickup for him. One of their
Offensive
other-
line.
One of their other needs. I
Gray
mean,
Zabel's a guy that can play anywhere on that offensive line. And I think that flexibility
They're
is
gonna-
probably a big reason why you saw him move up right here.
They're going to go protect Sam Darnold because we saw how he plays with not protection.
exactly.
Yeah, we talked about that in the mock draft, that if you're gonna spend that kind of money on a quarterback, you better make sure you can block for him. Sam Darnold looked great the first half of the year in Minnesota until his offensive line got injured. I think this is probably the safest route they could have gone. And I think it speaks volumes about what they think they have in Sam Darnold. So I like it. I like the pick a lot.
All right, on to Tampa. Needs at corner, edge, linebacker, receiver, and tight end. I wouldn't be shocked if this is ultimately a corner here.
Well, if you're Tampa, you're sitting there with the chance to take the second best corner. If we don't, if we're counting Travis Hunter, if you can take one of these top corners off the board right here, how do you not? Now that said, there's a lot of wide receivers left on this board right now.
You see,
And-
Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are not getting younger.
Yeah, I was just going to say the only reason that I wouldn't see them going wide receiver right here is just the amount of depth and maybe a feeling that you can get quality wide receivers in the second and third instead of the first. And you may not be able to get that same talent at corner right now. If it were me picking, I'm probably taking either Will Johnson or Jahadi Barron. But don't be surprised if they go receiver. You know, the hardest thing about travel when you have a small child is remembering that their mental clock is 2 hours earlier right now than it is here. So 9 o'clock up here is only 7 o'clock down there. I'll be right back.
It's going to be a long night for you, buddy.
Have fun.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be fun. But not with Greeny's dental treats. Greenies, make health a treat. Also, try Greeny's dog food and toppers.
Oh man, they have some of the worst freaking advertisements on the draft this year.
Yeah, you would think some of these companies would invest like in like they do in the Super Bowl. Like how many people watch the draft? I mean, it's a very popular thing now
Mm-hmm.
compared to what it was 20 years ago. Did you know back in like the 80s they used to only invite like five people? 80s and 90s they only invite 5 college players to the draft.
Try the new croissant toast.
Didn't even know about that.
I just learned that today. I was listening to somebody talk about it. Oh, Joe Thomas from Cleveland, the 90s, I think. They invited him and he turned him down and said, I'm going to go fishing instead. Sorry.
Oh, it's hilarious.
See, when you're going after something big, something better, baby, you make it.
Graduates, today you enter the real
I mean,
world.
look at it now
Ready for
comparatively to a couple of years ago. I mean, you want players now. They want to be the ones walking across that stage. You want to play so well that they walk across that stage.
do they cover?
Oh, yeah. Anyone that's played sports, I think, has thought about it at one point. I mean, you played football in high school. I mean, just the thought of you're the best, like your first round pick or any pick, like you made it. Like all that hard work paid off.
I still remember that quarterback from my high school.
I remember that kid.
He got so many offers to go play college ball at like these big universities, but he just couldn't.
Just couldn't keep
He
couldn't keep out
his
of
grades
trouble,
up.
right?
Couldn't keep his grades
Yeah.
up and got himself in trouble sometimes, and eventually got himself into his community college, but he just didn't play football.
Yeah. Makes you wonder.
I was one guy who I really wish he would have been able to go to a big college and be able to get himself into the NFL. There's a running back on our team that one year he was, I believe he was one of our starters. Him and one of our receivers. They both played phenomenal through the year. Even though we had the one or two rough games from our year, they both played phenomenal. But just colleges weren't keeping an eye on them.
It's not easy to get recruited. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I remember going to a couple of your guys' games. And that quarterback you guys had, he was good. He had a cannon for an arm.
Yeah, he did. Following year after I left, he wound up leading the school to a almost undefeated season until he lost in the playoffs.
Long-time coach, Deion Sanders with his coach through his life. But the Buccaneers are on the top right now. Here comes the commission with the 19th selection.
Just comes down to work ethic. That's all it comes down to.
Yep.
Oh,
Just like in anything.
Tampa Bay's pick is in.
Ooh. It did go wide receiver.
Ibuka, are you kidding me? Wow.
That team has got all kinds of depth at wide receiver.
Jesus. I mean, you got a guy you can plug in at your number three now. And of course, we all know, I mean, Mike Evans only has so much longer he can play, so if Ibuka evolves to his game to a certain degree, I mean, you're looking at a good receiver right there, possible number one. Man, but over Matthew Golden though, Nah, he'll go
I
right
do
here to
like a
Denver
boot. I mean, I
Broncos.
do go better, but
To make it perfect catch, just get to the middle of the field. You go back for 10.
where's
I think he stepped away for a brief moment.
he's got to get back on here. Damn Bronco picks coming up here.
And with Denver, I mean, he did mention it before. I mean, running back, receiver, D tackle, center, and tight end, all the needs for Denver right now. I wouldn't be shocked if it was a running back coming off the board. Another running back coming off the board in the first round, which would shock me.
Coming off the edge of this Cowboys defense. Well, Booker, you live in Tampa. You've been telling me all along they were going to go defense. Everyone told me that.
Those the old guys.
Terrific play. The coach of the Buccaneers. So
Now, here's a real question with Denver. I mean, they go running back here. I mean, the people picking right after him is Schittsburg. So the real question is, are they hoping in the real question is today going to be the day that we all figure out that Aaron Rodgers is actually not retiring and coming to play in Pittsburgh?
Oh, boys.
I think Aaron Rodgers is.
Your
I think he
Denver
is.
Broncos are picking.
So I no longer have to worry about them taking Emeka Egbuka. It's hard enough to pronounce his name. I don't want to have to do it every week.
I think that's a lot of the
I really, really, really believe you're about to see Omarion Hampton go to the Denver Broncos. Or Michael be buying in New Jersey because Matthew Golden will get drafted.
That's who you should take.
Honestly, that's really who y'all should take there. I mean, even then, I mean, if you answer your question here for receiver, I mean, do you wait until the next round to wind up addressing your questions at running back, or opposite way, do you get your running back this round and wait for the second or third round to get your receiver? Because I mean, from what it looks like
really
here,
interesting.
Luther Burden might fall to the second or third.
Really interesting thing happened today. I used ESPN's draft or mock draft simulator, ran a 3-round draft. And at pick number 51, still on the board, going to the Denver Broncos, we had Trevion Henderson, Ohio State. Now, I don't know how the Broncos look at the gap between Omarion Hampton and him. I don't think there's much of a gap, and I think there's a real good chance that Henderson could be there at that pick. So, yeah. So going wide receiver here might make sense if you really believe he'll be there on your second round.
I would love to see Dallas get Travion Henderson in the second round.
This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawn. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros. This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronxville, Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works.
This stuff just works. Aw, who's that? Who's that sitting next to you? Saw that dog pop his head in for a brief moment.
Yeah, I got a whole show over here. It's awesome. Oh, the pick is in. Now we find out.
Oh,
Golden.
Right now, the
He's still on the board after I looked there and Rob and New Orleans. Hey, I'll have to wait to see who makes it towards this before I start talking about those organizations.
Did Shador fall out of the first round?
I
What's
wouldn't
that?
be shocked by
We're
it.
gonna have to roll some.
You got one or two
Bears.
things. One or two things that could happen here with Shador. Falls out of the first round, or he's picked next.
Yeah,
Because you got Schittsburg up next too.
There is one thing I would say. I wouldn't.
And he was linked to Pittsburgh practically all fucking year. He was linked to Pittsburgh throughout every single mock draft.
Yeah, I think if he doesn't go to Pittsburgh, it's going to be interesting if he slide completely. That's who you should take right there, Bronco. Matthew Golden.
Looking at the base on Matthew Golden, I don't think he's the pick.
No.
Oh snap!
Marion?
You guys are going to miss out.
They're gonna
That
reach
just
for
looks
the
like
receiver and get Isaiah Bond.
Dude. Broncos had a midget cheering for him. That's awesome.
That's what I just noticed.
That's Brad Williams, I think is his name.
Dude, Brad Williams is fucking cool, dude. He's an insanely good comedian.
Look,
Look like
leave
him.
it to the Broncos. You guys would have the Make-A-Wish kid up here to announce it.
No, did someone wake up over there, Dad?
Oh, we're doing a Make-A-Wish.
Don't the Broncos do one like
You know-
every
you know-
single year?
Do you know why? Do you know why they never do a Make-A-Wish for a Cowboy fan, young kid like this? Because they never come true.
Oh, you know for a fact the kid would be sitting there just like, I can't believe I'm drafting for the Cowboys.
Say it. Say the words.
They went with a DB.
That defensive backfield is just disgusting. That
Wow.
is so disgusting.
Jahdae Barron.
Go ahead, throw the ball.
Holy
Dare ya.
Nike.
Throw the ball. We dare ya.
Okay.
It is Brad Williams. That is absolutely Brad Williams. Hey, Barron going to Denver, baby. And y'all just throw the ball. Go take your chances.
All right, Shador Sanders going here.
All right, this is okay. So somebody here, because I'm up here in Minnesota, just pointed out a great thing. Now I'm going to come back to the Bronco pick in a moment, but somebody just pointed something great out. The best thing in the world that could happen to the Minnesota Vikings is for Shador Sanders not to get drafted here at 21, because somebody is going to look at this and say, how do we get in front of the Rams, who are likely to take him? How do we get in front of the Rams and not have to sacrifice everything to do it? While Minnesota's sitting at number 24, Minnesota could easily move down. This pick is everything for the Vikings, I think.
I love the pick.
Yep.
I think you have the best corner in the draft. You have a top 10 talent, and your defensive backfield is just stupid.
I think throwing Barron into this mix with Pat Surtain and Riley Moss and the new additions, Stephon Galoa and Dre Greenlaw, that defensive line that can get pressure up anytime they want it. Like this might be Denver's best defense since their Super Bowl championship 2015. So it should be fun. And the pick is in, guys.
The Schittsburg Steelers select Shador Sant. No, I'm kidding.
Wide receiver? Do
Pick
they
a
go
wide
receiver?
here without a quarterback. Sure, you get a wide receiver, but are you going to have to keep? Are you going to be willing to keep touting out, fucking what's his name every year?
Look at Jackson Dart right now.
Is he on the phone or no?
Hard to tell. Here's the other thing too. I don't think they show them on the phone anymore. Like that was probably taken 10 minutes ago.
They show a lot of this.
Yeah.
And then they show out.
Now, I will say, I think the pick for the Steelers really should be Shador Sanders. I really do. I think he is the second best quarterback in this draft. I think he deserves to be the second quarterback off the board. But I'm rooting that he is not. There we go.
I'm with you. I think it's Shador.
Let it be Jackson Dart.
In the 2025 NFL draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Carr.
Whoa.
What?
I'm sorry. That is a Pittsburgh Steelers pick right there.
With need
That
at
is a
quarterback.
Steelers
With
pick.
your number one need at quarterback, you go defensive tackle. You are fucking insane.
What does that say about what they think of Shador?
They don't want him. They can get him in the second
I've
round.
said it all year. You've heard me all year, Bronco. I do not like Shador Sanders. I don't think he's that good.
Can't win more than 90
I think
games.
Jackson
it
Dart
possible-
gets drafted before
I'm
him.
sorry. Is it possible we are about to watch an NFL draft where only one quarterback is taken
No
in the
chance.
first round?
No chance. One will get taken. Somebody will trade up just to get that fifth-year option on one of them.
Yeah.
Somebody will get AOC and want that 50.
Yep. That's exactly what we said in the
Let's
mock
see
draft.
who else has to go here. You got the Chargers, you got Green Bay, you got Minnesota, Houston, the Rams, Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philadelphia. I mean, the only real,
Some
No
wide
one else
wisdom was
needs a quarterback.
I mean,
some
the
wide
Rams very
wisdom was
well
just
maybe
imparted
may
here.
be in
It's
need
gonna
here
be
soon.
somebody. It's gonna be somebody.
Yeah.
It's gonna move up in this
I could
draft.
see the
to get
Rams
it.
drafting a quarterback, a future replacement for Stafford.
So that's what I said all along, is that if Shador doesn't go 21, his only other chance of going first round without a trade would be 26 to the Rams. So at 24 or 25, that's where I expect we'll see the movement and see the second pick, second traded pick in this draft.
Oh, you know for a fact Shador's sitting there next to his dad going, Dad, you said I was the best quarterback in this entire draft. Why am I still undrafted right now?
Oh, I can tell you right now what what they're going to be saying, and he's going to be about race.
It's going to be about race, yeah. No, it's not about
Even though
race.
Cam Ward was the number one pick.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm telling you, you'll
It's
hear that.
nothing
You'll
about
hear
race,
people
it's
say
just
that.
He sucks.
Yeah, I've never been a Shador fan.
Even in his with his time there in Colorado, he just wasn't anything spectacular.
No, and he couldn't win in Colorado. I mean, the Big 12's not good, so couldn't win in the Big 12. I don't know why you think you're going to be successful in the NFL. You're not mobile. Can't throw the deep ball very well. I think he's got a lot of he's never been coached by anyone but his dad, so you know.
His dad has been behind him sniffing his farts saying, yeah, you're the best quarterback ever.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, is he really good or was his dad just playing him?
His dad was just playing him. It's simple as that.
Is Bronco on here? The Grizzlies
Uh,
are beating the crap out of the Thunder right now.
Seriously, Jesus Christ.
They're winning by 17.
Is there still time left to
Ooh.
play, or?
Yeah, second quarter.
Oh, okay.
They put up 40 points in the first quarter.
I mean, with their lethal shooter there, yeah.
They're just $6, featuring
He's at 12 points. Jaws at 11.
$6 plus phase menu.
Rising small business days are back. For experts,
All right,
closer
well,
to be
we're
finished.
looking at that. Chargers are up next. So needing receiver, tight end, D tackle, offensive guard, and running back out of all things.
To make the right calls when you have the right team. McCaffrey looking lost.
Every time I think of the Chargers, I always think of Jim Harbaugh's there, and he's got that Michigan connection. Will Johnson's on the board. I know they don't need a corner, but like he's still there.
Yeah, I mean he's still sitting there. I mean, they definitely don't need the defensive help at corner, but I mean, knowing him, he'll just be like, "Oh, he's still there. Might as well."
What do they need? Wide receiver, tight end.
D tackle, offensive guard, and running back. I wouldn't be shocked to see Omari and Hampton go in here. I mean, they definitely need running. Yeah, they definitely need the running back. But at the same
Maybe they
time, I
take
mean,
Matthew. Maybe they take Matthew Golden.
yeah, very likely Matthew Golden here too. Either Matthew Golden or Omari and Hampton.
It's a chart from story well. So that's just what's all that's way speaking with you guys. The Chargers needs right now. The interior offensive line.
I don't think there's any more tight ends that will go in the first round. I've heard rumors of like Mason Taylor. I think it's still a little high for him to go, but
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, every other tight end is all second round or later. I mean, the only other one that is highest touted right now is out of Miami, Elijah Arroyo. But there's still so many questions with him too, but yeah, it would be insane seeing another tight end going in the first.
The only 5-year-old tight end at the time in South Carolina, tight ends. Then they traded back into 32 to take Lamar Jackson. Clearance, but the end of day one, that's for day two, right? There's Lamar Jackson. That missed. It's bad. Johnny Unitas, cut by the Steelers, passed over, right? Do I want Dan Marino passed over for Cal Davis, Ken O'Brien, right? Joe Montana went the third round. Sid Moore, drafted free agent. Takes 90 feet. That's like Ryan Lee throwing the 40s to take it number one overall. That stick longer went the pass. It's Matt Ryan sticks on him. Mark says, Gary Evans over Matt Ryan. How's that work out, right? Hopefully, or out. Parker at Miami didn't take us. Go to New Orleans, right? How's that work? Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Kirk Cousins, third round pick. All professional drop back pocket pitch. I didn't mention the greatest of all time, Tom Brady, next round pick. But the second round pick, the NFL didn't like him,
it's still not in. They're at what, 30
Utilizing all their
seconds?
time. Utilizing all their time. It'd be hilarious. Heck, I mean, Chargers very well may be trying to work out a deal here too. Come on, pull Minnesota.
That's what I always cheer for. Maybe they're trying to trade it.
That's most
That's what
likely
I
what's
always think
happening.
about when it gets
Yeah, when
somebody
Minnesota
trying to
goes
maybe
there.
trade up to get Shador. 9, 8, 7,
3,
6,
2,
5,
1.
4,
We're out
3,
of time on my
2,
end. Oh, it says
1.
pick is in now. Use all their damn time just to be like, hey, I don't know, maybe.
Accuracy. 96.
It's ironic. My mom's home right now. This is her team's pick right here.
He's made the decision. He's going to get the back to me. The whole Armstrong thing, he couldn't. How many times?
My prediction is Matthew Golden.
Yeah, they're Matthew Golden or Omarion Hampton, and one of them too.
Every team likes teams like players. It doesn't matter which price they want to pay, right? So they figure for him, if we're looking at what's starting the landscape right here, we don't need to pay prices top 25. We may not even need to pay quick round price. Look at me, and I agree with it if they need to. And the most important was they're taking all the teams that are passing on right now, as Mel just mentioned, are taking a gamble. They're taking a gamble. The teams who need a quarterback and you passed on him and he wants a package, they Drew Brees type of career. They Tom Brady type of career. Which he's totally capable of defender. You're going to sit back into the teams. There's going to be a lot of resistance history on here. There's going to be a lot of case studies done on why did people have done? Was it because they thought he was actually? Was it because of his dad? Was it because he's too track? All the other facts that you hear. So it isn't because of how he plays
Found
the
it
game.
hilarious as we're sitting here because I have that Madden Mobile on my phone. I keep getting notification that so and so is 177 overall in the game now. I'm like, okay, cool. Congrats for that.
This isn't going to be the spot.
I didn't buy the Madden this last year. When's it come out? July? August? I know college football comes out.
Normally it's like June or July, like right before training camp. I know it's on Game Pass right now, or EA Access right now for the Madden game.
Yeah.
And it's just as bad as last year. I called it. Omarion Hampton going here with the Chargers. Running back was one of the needs.
Didn't they just sign Najee Harris?
Yeah, they just did.
I mean,
Najee.
I don't mind the pick. You can hear all the cheers now because Green Bay is on the clock.
Oh yeah. No, but I mean, just more of a rotational back as far as that decision for that pick there. So definitely a great rotational back that they can have in there. Yeah, I don't hate the pick. I don't love the pick. I'm just neutral to it. Green Bay, Green Bay's up to pick. I mean, needs at corner, offensive tackle, receiver, edge, and defensive tackle. I mean, you got the number 2 corner still sitting there. The number four defensive end edge rusher with Pierce Jr. I honestly think it's just because of specifically because of the off the field issues. That's why Pierce is falling as far as he is. All the mock drafts as well, they've been pointing towards Mike Green, so it very well could be Mike Green falling here.
Yeah, I think Green Bay could go a lot of different ways here. I mean, they definitely need cornerback help, so I could see Will Johnson going here. I could see Matthew Golden, going offense, getting another receiver for Jordan Love. Mike Green, like you said, most mock drafts I saw had Mike Green going here. You know who they can't get though? Tyler Booker, because he's already been picked. 47 picks sooner than he should have been.
Honestly, it still just shocks the ever living hell out of me that they wound up jumping down that far just for him, or they wound up jumping that quickly on him. Like, just makes no sense.
Yeah. Here we are sitting at 23, and Matthew Golden's still there. Could have been a Cowboy. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Will Johnson here. He's a Michigan kid. He's used to the cold. He's up there in Big Ten country with all these crazy Packer fans.
Gonna be some questions about it. He's in that area right now. We can start going.
They have who's their corner in Green Bay? Jair Alexander. Is that his name?
Jair. I didn't really get anybody else after that. I mean, just Jair Alexander up there.
Yeah, but he's one of the best corners in the game when he's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Pair Johnson with him.
Yeah, I mean, you pair
You gotta-
Johnson with him. I mean, you got two elite corners on two corners. One that is elite, one that could be elite. You got those two guys on. You would have those two guys on defense there. Worst case, if your star receiver goes down or your star corner goes down, Will Johnson can move over. Oh, hi, Adam.
Well, plus you got to think about look at that division. I mean, they play Justin Jefferson twice a year, Jordan Addison, I'm on St. Brown. Like you need some help in the defensive back with that division.
Oh, he's real talkative.
All right, I am back.
You
Just
just
wanted to
missed the
point out
Chargers
something.
picking your player, the one that you were calling all
No,
draft
no,
that they were going for.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see the Broncos take him. You would first say it. Would have rather see the Broncos take him, but that defense, it may not matter. But you're gonna run on us? That's all right. We got guys who can stop the run. You want to throw on us? We'll stop the throw. I like the pick for Denver. I think it was a good pick by the Chargers. I loved the comment that the one person this pick will not be is Tyler Booker. You're absolutely right.
Shut
Oh,
up.
my goodness. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hey, remind me again, who did the Broncos take?
Best corner in the game in the draft.
What college did he go to?
I'm sorry. I mean, you guys are just basically University of Texas.
All right, so there you go. We'll get you a
Jones
jersey.
there.
You're all set, buddy.
That's what the fifth or sixth Longhorn you guys have on your team now.
Pretty much.
I'm gonna have to look it up now. Isn't Brandon Jones still in Denver?
It up right now, too. I don't remember for sure.
Snacking on candy there, or are you snacking on cookies?
Candy, sir, candy.
Oh, by the way, the draft next year is in Pittsburgh.
Good old Schittsburg.
Ew.
Pittsburgh's only a 6-hour drive from me. Just wanted to throw that out there.
All right. Sam Ellinger is from Texas. He's on the Broncos roster.
You guys have Ellinger?
Yeah. He's like our fourth quarterback, but yeah, he was on there.
Oh man, I love Sam Ellinger.
Malcolm Roach.
Yeah. Defensive tackle.
Warren, Brandon Jones, PJ Locke.
Yeah, corner. Okay. Will Jordan.
They look pretty good. That's fine.
If you're Green Bay and you're hosting a draft, are you required to make this pick?
I think so.
Like you can't trade it and piss all these Packer fans off, right?
That would be hilarious.
That would be amazing. I wonder if that has happened in the new era.
Thank you all for coming out. We actually traded our pick. We will not be picking until tomorrow.
Hey, thanks for bearing the cold, and bearing the elements out here. But hey, guess what? come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
My,
They just
my
asked,
pick is
if
Will
you're Green
Johnson.
Bay and you're hosting the draft, are you pretty much required to make your pick?
I think they trade this. Like
No,
they can't.
100,000 people burn it down. Oh boy.
That's a real question. Are they going to make a really dumb decision as far as their first round pick and make the fan require the fans to burn it down?
Yep. Dude.
I just want to point out, I think it would have been fun to have like Mike McCarthy come announce this pick.
That would be hilarious.
Oh, it would have been even better to have the family of Steve McMichael announce this pick.
Oh, definitely.
Go ahead, boo me now. Too new?
Will
Too
Johnson
new?
or Matthew
Too soon?
Golden.
Will Johnson. Honestly, it'll be Will.
No, this will not, just to be clear, this will not go down as the best draft in the history of the NFL.
No.
Maybe the ninth or 10th, maybe, depending on how the players want it performing.
It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community.
Oh, just say the words.
They're really proud of the fact they don't have an owner. Like, who cares?
We'll see how.
Stupid. Who gives a shit? Shut up and pick.
That was a pretty good line right there.
Reminds me when Pat McAfee was calling the Colts pick.
McAfee's was still the best I've ever seen.
I don't have a lot of smack to talk about because I was a punter, and I'm a punter, and I don't deserve to get a say. However, when I was playing, we didn't punt much against Tennessee.
Oh, wide receiver.
Oh, wow.
Matthew
Yeah, Green-
Golden.
Green Bay just won
Eh,
the just won. Green Bay just won the
draft.
North.
Green Bay just won the draft. Is that the overwhelming
just-
feeling here?
I
They
mean,
won the
picked
North.
him right where he was supposed to be going. He was
They won the
projected as a
North?
23rd
No,
overall
Matthew
player.
Golden. They won the
I'm calling it now. They've won the division this year.
Didn't go the other day where. Oh, yeah.
I despise the Packers. However, is there a better group of fans than these idiots?
Yeah, that whole video is so bad. Yeah, I didn't see.
I don't know, man.
Like, they are
They always show up on
diehards.
the bikes so the fat guys can ride them. I mean, what more could you ask for in a fan?
They're like, it's almost like a college atmosphere there. Like, they're just fucking diehards there, man. They're crazy.
I know you can say the same about Arizona too. Diehard fans.
Just
hell,
said,
my
where's he
Grandpa
walking
Skip,
from? Milwaukee?
I mean, shoot, Grandpa Skip's been a fan for ever since I was a kid. So
Of who?
Arizona.
It's because your grandpa Skip doesn't have any loyalty. The man was a Bronco fan and changed his mind. He doesn't count anymore.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with changing teams in your mid 40s, okay?
And worse.
I know that this is rubbing you a little raw today, Mr. Height.
That almost leads me to believe it's Will Johnson.
Man, Vikings are already in. You guys got any Minnesota Viking fans over there with you?
Yeah, 3 of them.
Any?
They all think that it's going to be Will Johnson.
Nah, it would be hilarious if it was Emin Worry.
For so many reasons.
Just jokingly tell
Would
that
be
to
interesting.
Bruce. Let him know, hey, it's gonna be Emin Worry. Don't worry.
Great job.
Harrison Smith replacement.
I say not a bad pick to go there because Harrison
No,
Smith's what, like
Emanwari would be a good pick too,
46 years
because
old at
Harrison
this point?
Smith is about at the end. So whether it's Will Johnson or Emanwari, I think it's a good pick. If it's anything else, I don't know. Oh, boy.
Who's calling the pick?
How drunk is he?
Very.
Yeah.
I will say that he is the best receiver in this class, and it's not even close.
It'll be interesting.
Oh, Matthew Golden.
I mean, this
Yeah.
guy's route running, his hands, his speed. He could play slot. He can play the in outside.
That's shocking. I'm talking about it on dying. Right.
He's good.
How come you never see anyone think Satan enough? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to hear someone get up and say. Thank you to my savior, Lord Satan.
How quick would they cut to commercial? Back to you, Chris Mervin. Chris is dead. I know.
Hey, I have
Oh
a
my God.
random question. Has anybody had more? Has any college had more people pick than the Texas Longhorns today? Because we're at 3.
I think you're good right now.
Is Georgia? Because Georgia's had what? Michael Williams and Walker.
Hell, it could be Josh Simmons, Donovan Jackson, Warry, and Malachi Starks.
His hands, man.
I'm
He's
sure
jank.
Matthew Golden is the reason, or was the guy who caught the touchdown pass against ASU in that game too.
He was.
Yeah, and the defensive linemen were pretty well picked over as far as I was hoping maybe they're
What a move.
You talking about on 4th and 10?
Yeah.
It was a great time.
All right, Emanwari, come on. Hurry up and make the pick, God damn it.
It's either got to be Emanwari or Will Johnson.
If it's anybody other than Will Johnson or Emanwari, I don't know what I'm gonna say. If they go if they go with a skill position here, they are high.
I could see us taking Will Johnson too, though.
Here comes Booze for the Vikings.
Oh boy.
They went off.
What?
Donovan Jackson?
All right, we do it.
Wow.
We have one guy here who called this pick. And his word is, that is a fun pick.
If they can hear me, this, I mean, I'm sure
That's not even the best lineman on Ohio State. That's a horrible pick.
Simmons got hurt.
Yeah.
And he didn't play tackle.
Yeah.
He was arguably
Oh.
just as good as Josh Simmons was in left tackle. He's going.
The New York Giants just traded back into the first round to Houston.
How do you?
Here comes.
I'm confused. How do you pick the second best lineman on Ohio State and think it's a good pick? Like
All
when
right,
the
here goes
first, I mean,
Shedeur.
Simmons is still there.
Here goes Shedeur. Mark my words. Here comes Shedeur.
It's Shedeur time for sure, right?
Shedeur, without a
no
doubt in my
chance this is
mind.
Jackson
Here is the
Dart.
Johnny Manziel of this draft, everybody.
They're gonna fucking shock us all and pick Jackson Dart.
If it's Jackson Dart, if it's Dart, I'm gonna be so shocked.
We're already at 97.
Now the real question is, what did the Giants give up to get back into the first?
They're talking about whether it's Shedeur or whether it's Jackson Dart.
Oh, it was Deion Sanders calling New York, just going, "Hey, what the fuck?"
Yeah, they traded 99 in the third round. Yeah,
You're not trading back up to get anything other than a quarterback, right?
No, they're
Like
not.
Will Johnson, you're not trading up to get.
No, they'd be insane if they trade back up into the
Jackson
first to
Dart
get.
looks awful happy right now, boys.
Oh, it might be Jackson.
Shador look. Or then, not Shador, but Dion. I think it's him.
Oh, could it? I think it's Jackson Dart, dude. Did they really trade into the round and take Jackson Dart ahead of Shador Sanders?
The guy they could have gotten in the second round.
There's no way, based on those two draft.
He's a better quarterback.
He is a better quarterback, I agree, but I mean, he could have fallen to the second because there's no other quarterback needy team other than the Rams.
Well, and here's the thing: if regardless of which one this is there any chance that the next pick is not the other one?
Wait a minute. Hold on. The Texans.
Although the Rams maybe go Mike Green.
Oh my lord, the Texans are morons.
Why?
The Giants got number 25, but they didn't. The Texans didn't even get a first rounder out of this entire trade. They got a second, a third, and a third for next year.
You got 33, which is the first pick and the second. You move down 8 spots. You pick up another third rounder and a pick next year as well.
No, they didn't
I
get
don't
33.
think
They got 34.
For next year.
They got number 34, number 99, and third rounder for next year.
So the third rounder for next year is probably in the top 5 or 6 of the third round because the Giants are going to suck again. So I don't hate it. I think it's a pretty good price.
It's competitive. If it was a number, it would be.
Well, you were right at least with one thing. There's been 2 out of 5 trades that you predicted.
Players choose to number smart bet because the higher
You did say that there'd be like 3 or 4 at the end.
I like my side soft.
People who were left in the old line were like, if they were trying to make a similar trade, they must not have felt good about the alternative offensive.
Is it Jackson Dart or is it Shador?
Man, if it's Dart, Deion Sanders might come out of retirement.
as Deion Sandcastles.
Right.
They wanted their
Hey, not to change the subject, but NBA playoffs, the Grizzlies put up 77 points in the first half on Oklahoma City.
Jesus.
Well, they had a statement in this game. Of course, they put up points. It happens every time. It's going to make the
Yeah, they're up
series
by
2-1, and then
26.
Uses Chewy to get his flea and tick meds at a great price. Delivered fast, right to their door. For quality meds, for life with pets, here's Chewy.
The Nuggets are losing.
When you said the Nuggets were the team to beat, I told you then you were a moron. So I wouldn't be too surprised there, sir.
They'll win the series.
We will see.
They'll make the West Finals.
Yeah, Denver decent.
Denver defense is going to be ridiculous.
New York's defense is going to be ridiculous too.
Ridiculously bad.
And it is fun to just see the back of Shador Sanders' head because he can't show his face to keep from crying.
I take Jackson Dart.
Everyone looks way too happy.
Yeah,
I don't know how it's not Jackson Dart here.
my buddy just goes, Falcons are going to quit up for Shador Sanders.
More waiting on the pick to be fully in. I heard a really funny joke today about who was going to be in attendance at the actual NFL draft. And it was what's his name? Travis Hunter's not going to be not going to be in attendance at this at the draft. However, his girlfriend will be in attendance. He'll Travis Hunter will be stuck outside.
They're hanging up over there.
All right, here we go.
Ooh, oh, we got something interesting happen just right now too.
Yep.
Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart. Anyway, guess who's next? The Falcons just traded with the Rams.
The Falcons just traded with the Rams.
Why the fuck would the Falcons trade back in?
Yeah. It would be interesting to
What
see
I'm
another
wondering.
quarterback go here.
No.
That'd be hilarious, though. Just
I
imagine.
will say,
they're
if they
like,
just
hey,
traded it back
you
in and they
remember?
put Sanders, anything can happen. If they did
Who
that,
knows?
Kirk
I mean,
Cousins better be
they need
traded.
an edge
That's all I
rusher,
know.
so they might go with Pierce here.
James Pierce would make a lot of sense. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's Atlanta, though. They have
All
a
right, I'm not
tendency
gonna
to
lie.
make
I
their
like what
brain
the
dead
Giants did in
picks.
this draft. Really do.
Hey, Jackson Dart. He played for his final 3 years. He played a one read for PO offense. It's far from NFL style. Yeah, he takes a lot of bad hits. His cadence, I mean, granted, it's a lot more common now, but his cadence at Ole Miss was
Yeah,
all he had.
it'll be interesting to see him play under center.
Yeah, and his arm talent is nothing special. He didn't have good play.
His arm talent's a million times better than Shador's.
I don't think he'll be able to ever process an NFL defense.
Trying to ask something.
Be right back.
Yeah,
Yes,
definitely, I mean,
Hicks.
10 times better than Shador. A lot.
Yeah, I
he's a
totally
little bit more
disagree with
mobile than
that.
Shador too. Shoot.
Oh, he's way more mobile. And he played NFL caliber defenses in the SEC. And yeah, he doesn't play in a one read offense. I don't know what they're talking about over there. Ole Miss. Yeah, I mean, I think he's the
Clear
much better quarterback. I'm more concerned why the Falcons are trading back in. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, they may be trying to do a desperation move and go for an edge rusher here. I mean, that's one of their major needs right now. Even though Pierce has his off the field issues, I mean, Mike Green's still sitting there out from Marshall, and that kid Donovan Ruaku, or however the fuck you pronounce it. But at the same time as well, Jihad Campbell's also there as well. Or Jihad Campbell. Yeah, this one just doesn't make sense.
I do like Campbell.
So Falcons acquire picks 26 and 101 from the Rams for number 46 and 242 in this draft, and a 2026 first round pick. That's quite a haul.
2026 first round?
2026 first round, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Atlanta, show us what you're.
That's a good trade for. That's a good trade for Houston, I think.
Oh, definitely.
You pick up another first rounder next year.
Another first rounder that's most likely going to be a. Oh wait, hold on. A little bit more information. First round, third round. So they gave up a second. 20. Okay, yeah, exactly what I said. So, yeah, I mean, you get 2 first rounders for next year. Considering that there's going to be a better quarterback prospect comparatively to Shador next year with, fingers are crossed, a better prospect than Shador this year with Arch Manning. So, and Atlanta's going to suck this year anyway. So,
26th pick in the 2025 NFL draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
Wow.
Defensive end, Tennessee.
That I mean, that's
Hold
a
it.
smart, sensible pick to go with.
After Jason Hedman.
Sure, he has his off the field issues, but I mean, at least you got yourself a decent edge rusher.
Okay, so that's what, 3 picks? 3 picks that have been traded?
3 picks so far.
The Rams had a second round pick this year and a first draft pick in 2026, along with a 7th round pick this year. So this year,
Wow.
Yeah.
Those
You
are
give
pay
up a
much?
shit ton just for 1 pick or for 2 picks. First round, their first rounder and their third rounder in this year as well. All right, Baltimore.
We only had 1 trade in the early portion of the night.
Baltimore, they're looking at D
I think
tackle,
Baltimore goes
corner.
Will Johnson
Yeah,
or
I mean, knowing their need at corner.
Jihad Campbell.
Well, they have needs at D tackle, corner, edge, some offensive line needs. And I don't know why in the world it says wide receiver, but they do not need a freaking wide receiver. Honestly, Will Johnson's the most sensible pick here.
No way.
He was laying down here. He was downstairs. He came up for a minute. It's okay. We'll get you water bottle and I will fill it up. All right, that's the deal. When you're done with it, I know when you're done with your game, you may go get your water bottle and I'll fill it for you. All right. I'm gonna call it Mike Green.
Yeah. I'm thinking either Mike Green or Johnson. Honestly, one of them two.
I don't think it's a great idea, but it's a Baltimore pick if ever they're if ever they are.
They do like bad people over there. Ever heard of a Ray Lewis guy?
Yeah, I remember that. If you can make Ray Lewis into face of the NFL, Mike Green.
Yeah, right. That's USA Chargers. Hey,
Not like he killed anyone. Yeah. What's that?
This is NBA barely on its strong though.
No, but they honor the heck out of Magic Johnson.
That's true.
Well, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. 26 picks already completed. Down to the last few of this round.
All right.
I'm pretty sure that Leon just turned them all off.
6 more picks to go. I'm just kind of shocked that those trades happen right now, honestly. Baltimore's pick
I'm gonna make
is
blah, blah, regret it. Blah, blah, blah.
Still got what, 3, 4, 5 picks left to go.
6 more after this.
Someone could-
Well, 5 more after this.
Someone could still potentially trade back up for Shador.
Mm-hmm.
Smith. And I
Yeah,
got
but do
Kirk
you see
Cousins, Spencer
Cleveland
Rattler,
forcing their way in to try and get a quarterback?
Like a tight end in the 3rd round in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
No.
Really need Spencer or
Yeah,
I don't know.
honestly,
I mean-
with Cleveland, I see him waiting until until the 2nd round to get their quarterback.
The only reason you trade back into the first is because you get a 5th-year option on the 1st-round pick. You don't get that on any other picks.
Mm-hmm.
somebody who's gonna.
Well, we're waiting on this to come in, Dad. You said you're snacking on candy. What candy are you doing?
So tonight we got strawberry Twizzlers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The last Shador Sanders sent out tweets. And he's like, "You're ready for whatever the day brings in." And someone at like 2 p.m. replied, "What about tomorrow?"
Oh gosh, what did Bruce say?
Okay, okay. So apparently, about 2 o'clock today, or earlier today, Shadur Sanders tweeted out that he was ready for whatever the day brings him today. About 2 o'clock today, somebody tweeted back, "What about tomorrow?"
And that guy's gonna be the Will Levis
Oh,
of this draft. Gonna fall to the second. Gonna fall to the second. Look at his dad just going, "You told me I was the first round draft pick." He knows he might fall all the
all
way
right.
down.
So
to the fourth.
obviously, none of the teams that are left this round are going to draft a quarterback. So the
Nope,
real
but there
question
could be
is,
someone who
the
trades
teams
back
of
in.
the teams that are left in this round, who's ready or willing to trade back just a couple of picks to
Buffalo.
allow Cleveland to trade back in?
Buffalo, without a doubt. Honestly,
I'm a bigger Shador Sanders
I'm curious who has
Not with the last name Sanders.
who has the least number of picks of the teams that remain.
oh, good question.
That's what it sounds like. That's a fancy answer, Slater. Wow.
I don't know. I think Buffalo definitely is a great idea as far as him trading out. Same with same with the commies too. Seeing them trading out of the draft, the first round, I wouldn't be shocked.
Buffalo already has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I
6,
think,
7, 8, 9, 10
I think
picks,
C1 Shador Sanders would be my pick if I was starting for
including 2 second rounders.
I wouldn't start anybody. If I didn't have
So I'm saying it might be viable for them to go ahead and trade out of the first and let Cleveland come back in if they have any seconds left. Or just trade for a first next year and like a third this year.
Malachi Starks. That's a sensible pick.
Yeah, honestly, Malachi Starks definitely is a great
He's
safety.
gonna be an all-pro.
Great safety valve.
Yeah.
One safety already. We'll do that with another.
Let's see. Detroit.
Is anyone going to drill
Detroit's got
Johnson?
7 overall picks. Detroit could move back and not really be hurt.
No, Will Johnson's still sitting there.
Yeah.
That's just insane. I mean, the second best position corner, and he's still sitting here right near, almost at the end of the
That's
first.
Bubba and Uncle Mike.
Well, here comes Detroit. Defensive tackle, edge, offensive guard, receiver, and center needs. If you don't get, I mean, honestly, if I'm Detroit here, I'm springing for that edge rusher. I mean, sure, Mike Green, even though he's not a sensible pick in general. Worst case, if you don't go after Mike Green, I mean, Donovan Ruwaku out of Boston College. Decent secondary option too. Or of course Jahad Campbell out of Alabama. Put him in at edge rusher too. You know, several different ways they can go.
All right. Here's my projection. Washington trades out because they have a first, a second, a fourth, a sixth, and a seventh. They're going to trade back, allow Cleveland to move back in. That's my guess. Cleveland moves up into Washington's pick. Washington picks up a third. And Shadur Sanders goes to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Even like
It's a good idea. I mean, Washington, I mean, they don't have a whole lot of needs really that they can answer in the first. So, I mean, definitely getting more draft capital out of this first overall pick. I mean, or their first overall pick definitely would be great. It's definitely sensible for them to do.
I'm pretty sure Malachi Starks just paid Malachi.
Malachi.
No, he's going to be Malaki for now on.
Malaki.
Malachi Starks, I'm pretty sure, just made love to Roger Goodell on stage and nobody said a word. But,
Huh. I could also see the Rams trading back in.
maybe,
Possibly.
but the Rams have to
I
move
mean,
a lot more picks.
Well, I mean, with Shadir still sitting there. I mean, the guy that we talked about a while back here too, Dad. Tyler Show from Louisville. I mean, him going down and being that second quarterback off the board here, not in the first, but definitely more in like the second or third, would make sense. All right, Adam Schefter, any new news at all?
Rehearse that, did you?
Yeah, just like Shannon Sharp
Yeah,
and his address to the fans
Put me
after
down,
getting
son.
sued. He just screenshot.
Shannon
with
Sharp's an idiot.
Yeah, he is,
Yeah.
honestly.
A few words right there.
I mean, Shannon Sharp is in
Malachi
his
Starks.
50s, messing with a 20-something-year-old
Yeah, the Eagles are getting something
OnlyFans
stupid.
That's like whoever the
girl.
state's gonna be an all-pro pre-pre.
I mean, in the
Yeah.
same argument, he can go and make the argument that, oh, I mean, look at the text she sent me. It's not that bad. She was consenting to it. But you're
Lions
like,
pick is
come on.
in.
All right,
Yeah.
Detroit, what you got for us?
Will Johnson.
Yeah, just throwing darts.
I mean, he's a Michigan
Just
kid,
seems
so I
like-
can definitely understand him going here.
That's a good point Daryl just made. He is a Michigan kid.
That's what I was gonna say. Where it likes to pull.
Local talent.
Gonna come riding up. He's gonna come riding up to training camp with Eminem in his passenger seat.
Donovan as a Rocky.
Still there. You would expect it to be a defensive base.
I think it's Will Johnson or Ezra Rocky.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, as your Waku definitely would be a sensible pick here too. I mean, Mike Green is a good edge rusher, but I mean, he played it in Marshall.
I mean, they got some guy there named Aiden Hutchinson. He's pretty good off the edge. So
Yeah, he is pretty good.
Yeah, maybe you can teach him a thing or two. So this is how you break your patellar tendon. This is how you get out for the year. And this is how you get paid the most amount of money because you tore your Achilles
wow.
tendon.
Tyleek Williams.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
A defensive tackle? What? Oh my God! I mean, I understand defensive tackle was one of their needs, but I mean, I'm just.
If I had to guess,
Look.
I'd late.
I don't know.
Early on day through.
Cam Scatterball.
I mean, I
Yeah,
can
I said
understand,
late
you
day
know,
three.
passing up on Darius Alexander since he played at Toledo. But I mean, passing up on defensive edge rusher and corner just for a defensive tackle, that makes no sense.
Well, if you look at their defense, it does. I mean, they've got Aiden Hutchinson. So it's not like they need an edge guy. They need someone who can clog up the middle for them. Like I don't dislike the pick. I don't know that I don't know if I
I'm
would've
never
said
gonna
he's the
doubt-
next best tackle off the
I'm
board,
never
but
going to doubt. I mean, they took, who would they take 2 years ago? Jameer Gibbs, and we all said that was horrible. Jack Campbell, they took 2 years ago at like 15 or something.
Yeah.
We said that was a horrible pick.
Yep.
It's based
This
off
guy,
how you
this guy
finish.
just sees something in people.
Yeah, he does.
Those teams.
For the record, we're staring at Shador Sanders and being told there was only a 3% chance he'd still be on the board at this point. I don't even.
Yeah, well, we know these last four teams are not drafting a quarterback, so
Hey, we did
Without a
last
doubt.
week about it.
You know, for a
I'm gonna go
fact,
tomorrow and get-
as soon as he hears the words, that's the first. That's the end of the first round. The end of the first round. He's storming out of there, slamming the door to his car, to the car that he drove in, or that he rode in on, and starts screaming at everybody. You were supposed to give me the first round pick. Ah!
We were just talking about the Eagles. It seems like no matter who they pick, they just turn into good players.
Cooper DeJean.
Cooper
There's,
DeJean. Man, that was a great pickup for them too. I mean, DeJean falling that far.
Kind of like it just basically smart ass.
he's the greatest
we were
white
talking
cornerback
about
team in
Nick
college
Fournette didn't
football.
draft
Yeah,
anybody,
he-
and it's still
he
it somehow
because
worked out.
really
He
just got
definitely
best
is
in the draft.
surpassed Adam Archuleta.
I'd hate to be
The
the other
last
31
white corner
teams
that I
like
was like, okay, why did you pick him up? Archuleta's not that good.
Oh no, and he's like
Yeah, Cooper had what, two picks in the Super Bowl this last year?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, one thing's for certain, the Philadelphia Eagles never miss on their draft picks. Ever.
Almost never.
They're always the right
Maybe you
pick.
should become a
And I
fan of them,
hate
Mike.
it. Nope, there's 3 teams I'm not allowed to ever become a fan of, and obviously those are the Commies, the Eagles, and the Giants. So
I mean, I would never want to be a fan of the commies anyway. Red and yellow. Ugh.
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I like
could cheer.
orange, you know. I think we keep it in the orange family. Go Bengals. You know, maybe Broncos.
You could go Bengals.
All right, pick is in for the commies with the needed edge, safety, corner, wide receiver, and running back. Oh, I don't know. Well, Johnson.
I was
the
always
fact
a
that the-
secret. I was always a secret Bengal fan when they had like Chad Johnson and Hushman Zada and Carson Palmer.
Yes, sir. Whoosh. Love him.
Plus,
with
I
the
like their
fact that the
jerseys.
pick is in, let me just say, Shador Sanders does not get drafted tonight.
Yeah, safe to say it. Watch by pick 32, Cleveland traded back in and got Shador. That'd be
Who's got the
hilarious.
first pick of the second round?
Let's
I want to
see
say
here.
it's Tennessee, or not Tennessee, Cleveland.
It is Cleveland.
What?
Shit, they might just wait. See if he falls.
There's something.
It's not bad.
Like if you.
That'd be funny situation like on draft draft night or the draft
I
movie.
assume.
Call around to the other teams. Hey, you're not picking Shador, are you? All right, cool. Thanks.
Oh, really? Yeah. At Roomtown?
Oh, look at the Commanders, man. That team's going to be good this year. Really good.
Yeah, it would make sense for Johnson going here. If he's gonna go in the first round, it would be here to the commies.
Bill Johnson got his phone in his hand.
Yep. Most like he's gonna be him then.
10 years, spend more than that. Just get the. Yeah,
Oh shoot!
on the fact.
John Morant just exited the game. It was ruled out
John Morant
after
out?
Lugans Dort fouls him on high flying attempt to finish on fast break. John Morant's out for the game. Holy hell!
Apparently, he was trying to finish a dunk, and somebody undercut him, and he's now out for the game. Okay.
What? Huh?
When using the gray towels that are hanging next to the shower, and then the blue
All
towels
right.
on the hooks on.
I'm not sure if they're thinking that
Definitely not.
they
Very
needed
nice.
some more protection for their young star. This one doesn't make sense. I'm
I
just
don't think it. I don't think it's a terrible. I don't think it's a terrible pick based on need, but I just don't know that he would have been the next guy off my board at that position. So
all right. Buffalo. Here's the most sensible team that needs some corner help. And Rasul Douglas
you
is
just
no
keep saying
longer
that,
on the
hoping that Will
team.
Johnson gets drafted.
I would look down if he's going to
I definitely have
Oh,
Will
I guess
Johnson going here.
I'm going to
Without
throw
a
up
doubt.
if he goes to Kansas City.
Kansas City's it's. Oh, that would make my. Oh, I really hope Aaron not anniversary. That would be so awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
if
knowing
there's-
knowing their holes at
Kansas
wide
City's
receiver,
gonna-
they may reach and try and grab a receiver. Kansas City.
Let's say in some, if Josh Simmons has not gone by now, teams are really afraid of Spitali.
Kansas City is going to go offensive line after that Super Bowl. They have to go offensive line.
Yeah, if they go anything other than offensive line, I would be shocked.
Yeah,
still
you got
got,
sacked like 14 times in the Super Bowl.
At minimum. I mean, with as far as the other talents out there, I mean, you got your offensive tackle and Josh Simmons still available on the board. Let's see who else. I mean, you got Jonah whatever his name is from Arizona, but I mean, he's not first round talent. Same with Jared Wilson. If Josh Simmons falls, I mean, it's sensible to go to Kansas City.
Big forward year.
I'm just
Man, the
looking at
first round
the
takes
remaining
long. I'm tired now.
offensive linemen. 3.5 hours typically is about how long this goes, so we're pretty much right on the money.
As much weighing as any taking it all away. 78 wins, including playoffs going back to 2019.
Look at that. There is a team worse than the Cowpukes out there.
What, Buffalo?
Yeah.
Well,
there we go.
In general, if you
There's
think
some
about
good
it,
analysis right
yeah, there definitely is a team that's worse than the Cowpukes. They live in Cleveland.
Yep.
Come on, Blue.
Be right back. Give me 1 second. Just gotta.
From Florida State, both of these guys. I mean, they're those long up man-to-man couple guys, great jump ball.
All right. Well, as we come to the last 3 picks of the first round, it's definitely certain that we're not going to see the Shador go in the first, like everybody was screaming and calling for. So, still an opportunity for a trade up, though. So anything could happen.
Coaches down all this said they let each team finds us. He has that same kind of mentality, that same kind of trust that when ball is on. But it doesn't get players on the board. If you talk about fit, though, from a fit standpoint, if the back checks out, Phil Johnson fits better than Sean McDermott. He just waits to have patience with the ball. You're talking about, you're talking about two linebackers, Stevie coming forward. That's all the standpoint. Ball skills, the key, that those people want to get the 6-6, but I think he sits better maybe than a Trey Amos or that ball. I would say Trey sits only because down at all really play cover would like to see their big scheme. Play down. So yeah, I mean they both make sense. They both make sense. A team that was mentioned has been so good that it has come up just short in such painful fashion multiple times in the last few years. Last year was about to make their 10th year because either they lost so many of their players on defense, reset their salary cap, still have their opportunity at the AFC Championship game. I did Mahomes and Kansas City and something like that done. So it's super direct and I know everyone. Defense, Josh Allen and Fields offense. They just get George Sands and think, oh, standing next year. That's a different way to focus. Talk about the gap between Mahomes and Josh Allen didn't need it. So I just look, you got to get it close. Defense side of the ball where they can spring the football over and give Josh Allen one more protect, give him one more break at the football. And we can see the commissioner making his way. It was probably a very special visitor to announce the fact. The NFL is stepping up to have an even greater impact as their wish maker for Make-A-Wish. For the second time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first.
Come on, Will Johnson.
It's the most sensible pick.
This guy. What's with these Make-A-Wish kids, man? I wonder if I could sign a Bronco up for as a Make-A-Wish guy. And I wonder if we could get away with it.
Let's go, Buffalo!
Boo.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
What?
Man.
I mean, it was a cornerback, but I mean, Hairston over Johnson, though? Man, what did Johnson do?
I mean, I know he did get hurt this year. I think he tore an ACL. But, man, I did not see him sliding out of the first round. Sure, I didn't see him sliding out of the first 15.
All right, I'm back. Oh, Maxwell Harrison, quality pick. Goes to the Bills.
Wait, hold
Kansas
on.
City
The
is
Eagles are
trading
at
out.
31. Hold on.
Kansas City trades pick to Philadelphia.
Eagles move up one position.
Oh my gosh, what?
What wide receiver?
Watch them go
That's what I
Mike
wanna know.
Green.
Mike Green would be disgusting.
Yeah, Mike Green going here would be disgusting.
Yeah.
Hold on, the Eagles wound up trading the number 32 and the number 164 to move up one spot.
164, that's like fifth round, the end of the fifth.
They take. I wonder who they're taking. Kansas City doesn't care. They're taking Josh Simmons, I think.
Almost certain of it.
Who are the Eagles going to take, though? Mike Green, maybe?
That's what I'm thinking, too. Mike Green going here.
That's what we were just talking about, is he would fit in really well as an Eagle.
Definitely would fit in really well as an Eagle here.
Outstanding. So from a scheme standpoint, from a fit standpoint, and then you got the other best leader that they work with Buffalo. Yeah, that's how he needs to play it, right? Yep. So with play everything toss down, you know that number 7 when he ran down, that's that day gone. And he ran down to take that play on that.
Just make the pick already.
Our pick is in. You gotta let them tell us why the Bills took Maxwell Hairston before they can tell us about why the Eagles did what they did.
Well, they take Harrison. Well, I mean, it's in his name, Harrison. He liked his hair a lot. That's what I'm saying. Harrison over Johnson, though?
Y'all gonna lift me up on it, huh? I think I did good.
Geez, you are known as a high character leader at Kentucky. What is Buffalo getting in you?
Some teammate, and they can't somebody. Let's get to work.
All right, congratulations.
They're
Buffalo.
getting someone to get Josh the ball back.
Someone to get
That was
Josh
pretty
the
slick
ball
right there.
back. That's hilarious.
Oh, all right.
Super Bowl. Now they've swapped it here. The Eagles have moved up to 31, trading up with Kansas City. We'll get the details on the trade in just the Super Bowl champs are not what? Yes,
They're not on the clock. Their pick is in. They've been off the clock. Let's go. Some of us all need to sleep.
Trains.
ESPN and NFL Network haven't fulfilled all their commercial
Yeah, exactly.
responsibilities.
Exactly. Commercial responsibilities, folks. Terrible thing. I'm curious to see what the draft grades come out. I want to see what people are getting. Yeah, the initial draft grades are always fun.
They definitely are.
I think the Broncos have the
So-
best pick of the draft, or the Packers.
You're also partial to Texas players, so you know there's that.
I'm just telling you.
So I think the Giants will get an A.
Partnership with your mom so she could share with you. Easy. USAA. Check and be eligible today.
Giants will get an A. Titans will get an A. Jacksonville maybe an A minus. Raiders probably get an A. I don't know that Denver gets an A. I think Denver gets maybe a B. This is a great pick, great value. But your defense was already so good. How did you not address running back or wide receiver?
Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec. Those knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. And he fumbles. Brilliant recovery with the Lowe's Act. It always delivers. And so does the Lowe's Act. And more unload. As you know, so does the Lowe's Act. More I scored on just the passer. So many world fake. Going to get to hang out with some of his favorites.
Man, I'm being brave and doing this again tomorrow.
We did have cool sunglasses. You know, that is the thing. That or they're just gonna pick my green. They like bad people too, apparently.
Wiggins, Chalmers, and Deep France. Those who are still. Really is going to be a fact of the awful two picks at right along of this year's NFL draft. A shit off the 2 wins with 3 teams just in the Super Bowl. Philadelphia giving up a 50 years here because of the stop. We'll figure out next year.
That'd be terrible.
All they get traded. Who is in the Vikings?
Traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. Traded the 31st pick for the pick of the 2025 NFL draft.
Wow.
Okay.
Will Johnson.
That's a great pick.
It is a great pick. Would there be anything better than if he came out on stage and said, I'm going to help them blow things up in the defense?
Oh man, now I really, I really wish that. I really wish Aunt Shelly was watching this because somebody just woke up to make the pick. All right, I guess it's my
Dios.
turn.
Oh, no. Kermit time.
Yeah,
Kermit Mahomes.
Kermit Mahomes. I know who your favorite.
No, Daryl actually has a Kermit doll that he busts out for this. Freaking hilarious.
All right, Patrick, who are you thinking? Jaden Higgins?
Why Jaden Higgins?
I need weapons.
Yeah, Jay Higgins, Kansas City jersey. Awesome.
Then it's a reach anyway, so. We usually pick here. I don't know why we're not just picking here already.
Well, the pick is in, which tells us, more important than anything else, that Deion Sanders is going to go ballistic come morning.
Wait, what do you mean? Hold on. No, hold on. Hold on. No, Andy, I told you that as a joke. I told you Jaden Higgins.
Is it just me or has Kermit been drinking tonight?
Kind of.
Can you sing a song to Billy for us?
What's wrong, Billy?
I would be shocked if they don't go Josh Simmons here.
If they go Shador Sanders, just a piece should.
That'd be glorious, but it won't happen.
I would laugh my ass off. Wait, you think he's coming for my job? I'm Patrick fucking Mahomes. They could never replace me.
I like to point out that the Browns look like geniuses at this point because
Yes, they do.
Yeah, honestly.
Shador is going to fall to them at the first pick of the second round.
Yeah, they're geniuses. I don't know. I
They
kind of
picked
like
up-
that kid Trayvon Henderson too.
Right.
Travion.
Travion Henderson would be disgusting.
Stupid.
Yeah.
It would be like Clyde Edwards-Helaire all over again.
E-L-S-E-S Eagles.
The Browns have the first pick of the second round and the fourth pick of the second round tomorrow.
They're geniuses. That's something I
They
never
could come
thought
o-
we'd say. Cleveland
They could come away.
and genius in the same sentence.
They could come away from this draft with Mason Graham, Shador Sanders,
What are you gaming?
Will Johnson.
Right now, I'm playing a lot of last year's MLB. I'm playing a lot of college football still.
You haven't gotten this year's MLB?
I'm
It's
not
worth
good
the
enough-
buy.
I'm not good enough at online to be worth it.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
I might have a junkie problem with that game. I'm just
Really?
saying. Yeah.
I'm watching them like I really.
I want to remind him about
I don't even care about playing online. All the game modes on there are worth every penny. And I played it free on Game Pass and I cried when they were going to make it a buy.
Yeah.
Bought it and I couldn't be happier. That's where I lose 90% of my game time.
No kidding.
I literally got on last year, that's gonna just get taxed for like an hour a day, just because it's fun.
I like playing all the conquests.
Oh, yeah.
Conquests are friggin' awesome. Their storylines this year are really, really good. This year they have a storyline called Common Courtesy. You have to start with common players 64 or below. Build a whole team that way and achieve certain milestones to earn 4 diamond players.
Huh.
Genius. Just
Yep, there we go.
absolutely.
Josh Simmons, you knew that was coming.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a
bound to
shocker.
happen.
So,
Well, thank God they
can
were
we get
smart.
one more look at? Can we get one more peek? Never.
All
Oh.
right. Well,
All right,
that is
I'm
the
off
end
to
of
bed.
the
We got a big
first
day tomorrow.
round. Have a good evening, gentlemen.
Take
And we'll
care.
close this out. As mentioned, we've come to the end of the first round of the draft. I appreciate everybody who came out and watched along with me and enjoyed the quick, the quick gaps between me and my co-hosts. But yeah, appreciate everybody for coming out. We should have gotten a receiver. I don't know. I'm drunk. Okay, dude, late. Anyway, now the drunk guy.